Got an ointment that I apply 3 times a day until skin ain't dry. I got a supplement so I can rejuvenate. Lotion is the apple of my eye. Lotion, toner, creams galore. I just still need more. Ointment on my eyes, lotion on my thighs. If there's no cream, I die. Ointment in my crevices, toner's not malevolent. If there's no cream, I die.
How's it going, everybody?
Tech industry, trying to modify my
Gotta go do some stuff, but back in a minute. Alright, sounds good. What's up, Connor, Cosmo, and MBG? You returned. What's up? Alrighty. I just still need more. Return from the capital city of old world wars. Oh yeah, Germany. Cool. Give me 1 second. We're back. Let's visit Berlin. Nice, nice. Oh, you still live in Germany. Oh. Okay. Nice. Alrighty. Anyways, yeah. We're working on Starground today. My hair's kind of weird. I slept on it weird, so like this side's like pushed down, so I have like a pinhead. Yeah. It's fine. I'm gonna go do stuff in a sec because of school registration. Ah. Man, I don't have to do that anymore. No more school. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, it is 1 week until Starground releases, so we kind of don't really have much time to do any big stuff, you know. A lot of what we're going to be doing is kind of just going to be little, most likely tweaks, fixing up things, polish, minor features. No freaking way. Hydrate at this hour. But yeah, I do have a little bit of a list of some things I would like to get done for early access. Which is infinite research in boats. Because one thing that's kind of a problem in the game right now is getting the other pieces of land, right? And boats is just kind of like a thing for now. Eventually, I'd like to be able to deform the terrain, but that's a very complicated thing. Just mainly for the performance aspect of it, like loading in. My mic is sounding glitchy. Let me listen to it, see if I can hear. My mic is sounding glitchy. Let me listen to it, see if I can hear. My mic is sounding glitchy. Let me listen to it, see if I can hear. What does it sound like? Oh no. I don't know. I don't know what would be making it glitchy. Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, it could just be the stream. I don't really know why it would be glitchy. We'll figure that out. But yeah, I'd like to add boats. I don't know how it's exactly gonna work. We'll have to figure it out, but... Term translation's done. Let's go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, translations are coming along. I set it up so that all of the keys will automatically be combined into the combined sheet, which is good. Yeah, it looks like they are good to go. Cool, cool, cool. It doesn't look like they are done. There is also descriptions and NPC dialogue. I don't know why people keep forgetting about those. But yeah, there's some gaps in there, just so you know. Yeah, I need to make sure everyone knows about the other sheet on the bottom. Because general is just for the basic stuff, which is the most important one. Yeah, NPC dialogue. That one's not as important, honestly. But yeah. I mean, it is, but not... The most important one, obviously, is the general one, since that is, kind of all the UI stuff, which is pretty important. Alrighty. Anyways, yeah, I think we can jump into it. Alright, so what I would like to get done today, I don't know if we... Oh, confetti. We will try, but, is infinite research. I kind of have to change the system of how that is set up, but we'll look into that. Hey, Deblato, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, just taking a look at some research stuff right now. Okay, so all the research is stored in the global dictionary. Good, nice, nice. Cheese time. Let's do that. Yeah, early access is coming up. I gotta hurry up. I mean, the game's pretty much ready to go. There's just a few minor things I would ideally like to do before, you know, but it's kind of like great if I can get them done, fine if I don't, you know. But I just have to go to the research table, which is in here somewhere. Right here. So how I have it set up, it's really set up only for one research, like per, right? Which is not really ideal. Because I want to add infinite research, things that you can just keep researching over and over, and it just keeps increasing, like, the effect of it, you know? That's kind of what I want, ideally, right now. But I have to figure out the way I want to go about that. Because really, the system is not set up for that right now. So, I have to figure that out. So yeah, how I have it now is basically there's just an input, what it unlocks, right? So I think there kind of needs to be two types. So there's like a one-time type, and there's the infinite type, right? So one-times work with like what it unlocks, like a building or whatever. And then the infinite type would just be like a stat that just keeps going up, you know? So my camera is a little... There we go. Recorded it, okay. Is anyone else hearing the weird mic thing? Or is it just Cosmo right now? Or Connor right now, I mean. Because, I don't know. Apparently my mic is glitching out every once in a while. I mean, I don't hear it, but... Sorry, yeah, actually, just, you know, both C letters. You hear it too? Okay, I don't know what would be causing that. One thing I can do, sometimes this helps. We can go into, actually, control panel. I do need to get a new audio interface at some point. It's just, they're so expensive. When this one, like, mostly works, you know? Sometimes it does funnies. But let's just go here really quick. Properties. Sometimes I have to reset the channel bit. I don't know why. Yeah, we're fine, I think. Okay, I don't know if that'll help at all. We're going to see. But it might not. Might not work. Yeah. I don't know. The other thing that it could be is like in here with the OBS settings, because I have like noise suppression on the compressor, the limiter. It could be that, but I don't know why it would randomly start happening, so we'll see. We'll see what's up with that. Yeah, anyways, I need to add infinite research. The way I think I want to do it is kind of how I did it in Pizza Pit. And it seemed to work really well that way. But essentially the only thing that we save is the current level of the research. So let's just do one that's like mining power, right? And it'll be pretty similar in this sense, right? Like, you've got your input. You've got what it requires. It's almost the same thing. But unlocks will be a little bit different. We just have to figure out how we're going to do this. You sent the video? Yeah. Where'd you send that at? Oh, general bet. It's, kind of like... Whoa. That's, weird. Okay, well, hopefully my change fixes that. Let me get it off of this, just in case that's, like, a weird thing or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what would do that. That's really weird. Let me know if it keeps happening. But yeah. So far so good? Okay. Okay, but mining power probably just won't require anything. So I think I can just have it as an empty... Yeah, an empty array. So you can have this set up so it requires multiple researches, which is good. Most of the time you don't need it to require multiple because it's very like linear, but we'll see. Made it just so, you know, case, you never know. Alright, so we have our input for mining power. I do need to decide what that will be. I think it's going to be like copper. And it'll start off being relatively cheap. I really should call this mining speed instead of power. But I think it's kind of too late because it's already in the translation. Oops. Mining laser power. Well, it's in there, so I guess that's what it's going to be. All right. So what will that take? Rotors could be good. You know, it's like spinning faster or whatever. I don't know. Oh shoot, I don't have that open. Hold on. Godot Gamedev, thank you for the follow. How's it going? Oh. Okay, Godot. Oh yeah, I also did I need to show off some things too. We'll get into that in 1 second. Once this is done. Crashing? Okay. So there's a few things I'm gonna have to have with this. We're just gonna have to say like type. So we have to have a new thing here. So type will be infinite. So we'll just do this. This will be easy. We'll say enum research types is equal to infinite, and then single. Oh, I don't think you say equals, do you? How do you do enums? Oh yeah, that's how you do it. Hey, yo! Blotto, 5 community subs. My god. That, I think, deserves the confetti. Thank you so much for that. That's crazy, dude. I appreciate it. Man. Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's pretty insane. Yeah, 5 of them. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, massive thanks for that. I really appreciate that. It's crazy. Hey, Adigan, what's up? Man. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Thank you so much for that. God, doesn't, I mean, that costs a lot of money, right? Every single month. Yeesh. I have to do research types dot infinite, yeah, which is fine. Or let's see, what am I doing wrong? Or can I just say infinite? No. There we go. All right, so yeah, now we can specify type on all these. What I'm gonna do is do a very similar thing than what I always do with this, where I have defaults. So we're just gonna say var research defaults is just this, and it'll just be a dictionary with all the default values for these things. So requires, I like doing this because I can just make these data structures way tinier. Yo, and another one. That's insane, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Crazy. Crazy out here, gifting out so many subs. Yeah. Well, there you go, Cosmo. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Getting all these notifications. Okay. Oh wait, I don't want this to be single by default. Man. I don't want to. I need to close my tabs. I don't know why. I wonder why. It's obvious why. Close the other tabs. Okay, there we go. So what I always do with this, what we'll do again, So I have this dictionary that's like defaults, and if we go to, for example, our buildings defaults. Oh yeah, we got cheese time. Let's go. So up here we have buildings defaults somewhere. Yeah, this is all we do. So essentially, I just loop through all of them and then merge the default. That's exactly what we'll do for the research. So research table. I'll just call it research default. Oops. And this just lets me simplify the code. Gonna be working on the Danish translations again either tomorrow or Friday. Just need to be done some work. CrowdStrike really screwed up on the companies. Yeah, no, that's all good. You have all the time in the world. Don't worry about it. Don't be rushed at all. Like, this is purely on your own time type of thing, you know. So, yeah. I mean, you know, it's like it's all for free, anyways, right? It's community translation. So, who would I be if I like, you know, force people to do it, right? Like, yeah, I'm not paying anyone, so really it's just out of the kindness of your hearts. And don't ever feel like you have like an obligation to do them or anything, because it's really optional, you know. Yeah, these are the buildings default that I have set up, which just makes these so much tinier. A lot of these I haven't gone through and cleaned them up since I changed the defaults, but it's fine, I don't need to. It's just for future stuff. Eventually I'll move these into their own resources. I'll definitely want to do that at some point, just because it does get pretty crazy. But did you go to college for programming, or did you teach yourself? It's a bit of both. I did go to college, and I do have my computer science degree. But honestly, I feel like a lot of the programming that I know is not necessarily from college itself. Especially with like game programming. A lot of it's just me messing around and doing it myself. I think that's the majority of it, honestly. Like, college is great for kind of just general understanding the basics, but I think it's really only a base level foundation. So a lot of my programming is kind of just me like wanting to try something, and even though it's hard, I just, you know, work at it until I understand it. So, and you know, that's how I learned multiplayer programming and all this stuff, is just jumping into it, not worrying about how hard it's gonna be. But I don't think of it as an obligation, just really like the project. Oh, I appreciate that. It's like the automation games, roguelikes. This game's kind of perfect. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah. Awesome. Well, yeah, I'll keep working away at it. Degree, honor gold. At least 2. That's always a safe bet. What has the learning curve been like to get where you were at? Well, yeah, I think the big thing to remember is that you will always have more to learn. I'm never going to ever be a perfect programmer, and no one ever will be. So don't expect like to just wake up one day and feel like you're a good programmer, because it always kind of feels like you suck at programming. Even if you don't actually, you know. Get out of here. I don't want Adobe. Shut up. But it definitely was harder in the beginning, obviously, just learning the basics. There's a lot that you kind of have to learn about classes and just a ton of different things to work through. But once you get past that hump, honestly, it kind of gets way easier to learn things, I find. Let me draw this. I drew the pixel art Danish flag. Well, it's not really much pixel art, because, you know, it is pixel art, but since it's, you know, okay. So this is how I would describe the difficulty chart. So this is like, down here is like your knowledge. And then here is like, wait, No, no, no. Other way around, sorry. This is time. And this is... Oh my god. And this is... Oh my god. I can't spell. And this is your knowledge. It starts off really hard, because you have to learn a lot of basics, but then it's kind of really easy. But then as you start... Or... No, wait, no, this isn't knowledge. This is difficulty. Sorry. I'm off. Okay, difficulty. It starts off hard. Then it kind of is easier. And then it gets a lot harder when you get into more advanced things. So this is like the initial hump of the basics, you know? Learning all of the simple stuff. And then you get into a rut of like familiarity and stuff. But if you want to extend past that and do more complicated things, it will be hard. And this is... Eventually this will... I guess it won't continue forever. Well, it depends. It's hard to say. It just depends on so many different factors, you know? Like, what is it that you're actually working at? There's some things that are just extremely difficult. Like, machine learning... Specifically, like, developing AI can be really difficult versus something like game programming. Game programming is a lot easier than that kind of thing. AI is also very mathematical. I'm overcomplicating the answer, but once you learn the basics, it's not too bad to stretch out and learn what else you need to know. But it's very front heavy. Also, what's up, Boshik? Am I so good at guessing the history? I don't know. College is great since you have teachers and mentors to help you on the right path. Self-learning is pretty much 90% of the programming, if you ask me. Yeah, I agree with that, honestly. Yeah, like I was saying, like, it's a good foundation for just the basics, but if you really want to get good at programming, you just have to practice. It's like art. I mean, you can only teach someone so much art. You have to want to do it, and you have to, like, strive to do the difficult things, even if you don't really want to. So... It's, kind of have to decide that you want to learn yourself. Doing this all by myself, nothing has helped me figure out that code I've posted. Don't use AI because I've used it too much. Oh, yeah. I think the big thing with that, if you're having... Here, is that in the programming? I thought you said you fixed... Or, no, that's a different thing. Like this code in here. Whenever I have problems with code, it's just super important to break it down into, like, what am I trying to achieve? That's the first and most important thing when programming anything, is you have to be able to understand what you want to happen, right? So, like, what are you wanting to happen with this code? What's your goal with this, right? Because that's really important to understand, I think. At the stage where I don't know how to progress or even start somewhere, others are clearly annoyed with a lot of questions and see it as hand-holding. So I was curious if there's faith to get out of this hole. Yeah, it's... You know, with programming, you stay in that hole for a while. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to climb out of it because there's a lot to learn. So you'll eventually get to a point where you can kind of, like... overcome any problem that comes your way. And I think it's really important also, I mean, there's just like some general things I would recommend to help you get through that. One of the best things that you could ever learn is how to understand documentation. Documentation is going to be the best tutorial you'll ever have. If you know how to read it and how to understand it, then you can basically learn anything with just the documentation. So we'll run through it. But like, for example, if I want to know how... Oh, I don't know. How does a tile map work in Godot? The documentation for tile maps are right here. And it might look like scary and confusing, like what is all this and what do these mean and all these methods and const and all these random, you know, words and numbers. It's a lot to understand and take in. But once you understand the basics of how documentation works, then you can learn so much from this. So there's properties, and this is basically like a variable that is in every tile map. So if I create a tile map in Godot and then I reference the tile map, I'm like, you know, whatever. I reference it by using like the money sign. I can access any of these properties and read them and change them. And so that's kind of what those are. Methods are like functions that you can call. So I can call get layer name, and this will return, this is the return type on the left. And so this is what that function will return. So when you call that, whatever that call is, so if I say tilemap.get layer name or whatever it is, this will become that value. So if I want to know the name of that, this will now become the name of that whenever I run this code. So that's essentially what that's doing there, right? And so it's super helpful to know how to read these, because it's like, okay, usually the name of it kind of is a description of what it does. Any good function is, right? So if I want to get the use cells in the layer, you can click on these and get like a description of what it is and stuff. And what's great about the Godot documentation, it's really great. You can just like, okay, vector 2, what is a vector 2? Click on it. And now you get a whole description of what a vector 2 is. And you start to realize, okay, a vector 2 has two properties. It has X and Y. So essentially a vector 2 is sort of like, you know, it's like an array in a way that holds two elements. And so you can start to understand these things of like, okay, well, if that's a vector 2, if we go back to get use cells. So that's a vector 2. It returns, looks like an array of a vector 2, right? So whenever it has the little brackets, that's an array. So now you can start to understand what this function does. So get use cells, this will return an array of all the locations of each cell in a tile map. Yeah, it just takes a lot of time, you know. I'm not gonna lie and say it's easy, but learn documentation. That's my point. I know what I want to achieve, but I don't know how to fix it. The code keeps getting an error called infinite yield, which is saying that the code will theoretically have to wait for a player to touch the part. Well, wouldn't you want that? Well, infinite yield to me sounds like you have an infinite loop somewhere. The issue comes down to wait for child humanoid. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just don't honestly know, like, Roblox Lua script. And I don't know how to program it. But if I was going to figure out how to do this, I would take a look at Roblox Lua documentation. The scripting documentation. It's basically the same as the Godot documentation. They're all pretty much the same. Some documentation sucks, but a lot of it's pretty good. So it uses Lua, like Lua, I guess. But you can go in here and understand like what that might be. So you're having a infinite yield. Roblox infinite yield. And just understand what that means. Roblox Lua. And these discussion forums and stuff about these issues are really helpful. So warning infinite yield possible means a thread can potentially yield infinitely. So yeah, you don't want that. Usually arises when you use wait for child function, as it just waits theoretically indefinitely for an instance to be added. And when over 5 seconds have elapsed without the function returning an instance, it returns the error. Yeah, so basically, I mean, here's your solution right here. Specify a timeout parameter. So, yeah. Programming, a lot of it is just trying to understand how to find your solutions, not even writing the code itself. So, Godot as well has built-in documentation. Yeah, even for the specific version, which is really nice. That's another thing I love about Godot documentation. Yeah, figure how to learn independently and not be so reliant on others. Definitely struggle. Yeah, once you get past that though, it gets a lot easier. I'll be honest. Like I used to be in the tutorial hell for a really long time, for like probably a year at least or two maybe. But once you get to a point where you're kind of self-sustainable and you don't have to do a tutorial for everything you want to do, your productivity is gonna explode. You get so much faster at creating things and things that are good and reliable. Honestly, it's kind of difficult for me to do follow a tutorial these days because it's like my understanding my own implementation of something will be better for me than just blindly following what someone else is doing. And that's another thing to make note of. Even if your code is kind of stupid, as long as you understand it, that's going to be really, really good. Because now you know how to modify it and how it works. So that's really important. Just time out in milliseconds. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see someone here say, I want to create a plane dropping off packages in my game and then just do it in like 5 hours. Yeah, no, like, I mean, you'll get there. And a lot of that with game development is just understanding the engine. Like, for example, I kind of am familiar enough with Godot where I know where I would want to go with that. Like, essentially what I would do if I wanted to do that, I would create a scene, that's the plane, and then if this was in 3D, I would do a static, or not a static body, I would do a character body 3D node. I would give that a collision polygon. I would increment its position. You know, if it's just moving in a straight line, otherwise I'd probably have to set a pathfinding. And then every once in a while, once the timer's done, you could drop another node, another scene, which is your package. So yeah. Depends on the type of package, but yeah. It just takes practice. But I think the most important thing with programming is resiliency. Just keep working away at it. It's going to take time, so yeah. Yeah, now I have to figure out my own problems with this research stuff. I really do need to separate these into their own resources at some point. Okay, but we had to figure out how we can set up infinite research. The way I want to do that is kind of like keep track of the current level of the research. Right? So if your research has finished the requirements or whatever, then we basically stop the research and do another one. So I need to have another value that kind of gets saved in here, which is going to be two things. There's actually quite a few things I'm going to need here. I think the first that I'm going to need is the cost multiplier. So how much more expensive does it get every time you finish it? And then also the effect multiplier. Essentially, how much does the effect increase every time? And since it's going to be a percent, I'm probably actually not going to do a multiplier, but effect. Actually, no, I will do an effect multiplier because I can just multiply a value by it. So I don't really have to worry about unlocks with this. But I can put it in here. So yeah, we'll do that. It's ads. Yeah, one question. Why did I choose GDScript over C#? Honestly, initially it was kind of like, just, I didn't really know any better initially when I was first trying out Godot. It wasn't really like a decision I really actively made. It was just kind of the first thing that I started using. But I am glad I went with GDScript. I think the reason why I would choose GDScript again is because it's not really slow or anything. That's something people always say about GDScript, but it's just not true. It's only slow if you just make bad code. But it's really easy to make it run fast. You just have to optimize a little bit. And the other thing is that it just has so much more support. I think the documentation's a lot more complete, and I just don't really want to have that, you know, obstruction of the interface between my code and having to run it into C#. So that's kind of the reason. And, you know, honestly, I probably would have known C# or understood C# code better, but I just went with GDScript instead. I also like the fact that GDScript is designed for game development. C# is just a general programming language, which is totally fine, but GDScript is made for Godot and for making games, which I like the idea of that, so that's another reason. C# works good, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Either works totally fine, but... So both if you want, you can also use C++. Yeah, that's true. Gotta go because of school registration stuff, so we'll be back in like 30-40 minutes. Sounds good, Connor. Thanks for popping in. Oh, we got a freaking... performance is a big issue. You could also use C++ for performance as needed. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. A lot of the times, the performance bottlenecks, at least that I've found, really has nothing to do with like my code or the language. Most of the time, it's just what you're doing. So like, for example, instantiating a bunch of nodes or like running something every single frame in the process event. There aren't really a lot of like hard calculations that I need just sheer language speed for. So I don't even know what I would use like a C++ script for example, because you still have to interface with the engine to do the same thing. So like, I don't know if calling the instantiate function from C++ or C# would actually be faster than calling it from GDScript, because at the end of the day, it does the same thing. So I don't know. I'm not really sure about that. I'd have to test that. But... Okay, so cost multiplier, every time we do this, I'm just going to multiply by 2. And let's see. Effect increment. Every time we do this, it'll probably just start as 1, a number of 1. We will add on to that. Let's say every time it gets 20% faster. So we're gonna add on 0.2. Yeah. And then what this will unlock, we're just gonna say mining laser power. Okay. Yeah, and that should work. Now I have to actually set up all the code to do the rest of it, which is the harder part. But we need to save another value of that somewhere. So essentially what we're going to have to do is go into our research menu and modify a lot of our code here. So in here we create all these buttons, which is the... do it somewhere in here, I know. Research input. No, I swear I do it somewhere. Where do I do it? Oh, actually, I think it's on Ready event. Yeah, right here. So this is where we create all of our buttons. We just set the required research, the name, and then right here. I don't know why that's there. But this is the button. This does all of the stuff that we need. We have, yeah, setting the research. So there's some checks here that's checking if it's disabled or not, and that's where we kind of need to change it now. Because an infinite research will never actually be disabled. You can always start an infinite research, so... what we essentially need to do here is just say... so we know what our required research is, or not our required... we know what our research is, right here, the button research. So we can just say... right here... infinite equals false if button research dot type is equal to global dot research types dot infinite, then infinite equals true. And what I could even do is just do this. Infinity is equal to that. So yeah, that's easy to do. So now we know what whether this research is infinite or not. So this is checking our current research. So if it's equal to our current research, that's final progress. That's just setting all the progress in here. So yeah, we just have to modify this slightly. I don't think it'll be too bad since I already have the main research stuff set up. At least you would have gotten, or at least you would have gotten unit tests if you use C# or C++ or any other language other than GDScript. Yeah. Fundamental pro for GDScript is that it can run in the browser, which currently is not. Oh, it's not supported for compiled languages? Interesting. I didn't even know that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, unit tests are good. Although my only issue with unit tests in game development is how fast everything changes. And the fact that things are very difficult to actually test with unit tests. Because a lot of it really heavily depends on user input. And so that's kind of why I don't personally value that as much as maybe I would for like a regular program. But that means like unit tests would be, I don't know how you would go about unit tests in game development, honestly. Like for example, checking like inputs and stuff and the expected output. But that's the thing, is it really depends on a lot of things. Like, I would imagine that would be a lot of work to set up unit tests for all that, but yeah, I don't know. What kind of things? Oh, I just imagine like unit tests. I've used a lot of unit tests for, expected server query results and things like that. I just think I don't know. It makes more sense to me in that context, I guess, of how you would set up the unit tests. And I'm sure you could do unit tests for game development too. I don't know. I'd have to think about how that would even work. Because a lot of it depends on like randomness and specific user inputs. So I don't know if you could do it automated. I guess you could if you like forced a virtual input. I don't know. It's complicated though. So what's up, Fruit Superman? Advice is very helpful. Yeah, no problem. Love you explain what you're doing. Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I'll keep doing that. Yeah, I mean, like, there's ways that you could do it, obviously. You could set, like, a seed for the RNG and stuff. I don't know. Yeah. I just, I didn't do it from the beginning, and it would take a lot of work to go through and add unit tests, but, could be a good thing. If I was more than just one person, I probably definitely would do unit tests, but, yeah, I'm not. Okay, so if this is the current research, final progress is, I think that's the number that gets displayed on the progress bar. Yeah. So if button research, yeah, current progress is all that stuff. Get info. Get research name. So research info, I believe that is... what is research info? I think that's the current research, yeah. So that's actually what gets saved. That's where I need to save the level of the research whenever I do one of these infinite researches. That shouldn't be too bad. Using mocks to overwrite the effective return value of a specific function test your code. Yeah, that's true. That could work too. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just have never really done it or tried to do testing with game development. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'll mess around with that one day. See how I can even set that up. Okay, progress.resize. So progress is just an empty array. We're resizing it to be the size of the inputs. Yeah, so essentially this is just so we can calculate the percentage of completion. which is pretty straightforward. Yeah, and then progress I, and then we just sum them all together, so that's what we're doing, yeah. So all of this code is just for figuring out the percentage of completion, so that's not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, really the only code, I guess, that we need to pay attention to is not any of this code. And we'll just never set the complete value either. So we need to go back into our multiplayer setup script. And that's where I actually do all the logic for incrementing the research and saving it and stuff. And I believe that is in here. No, that's loading. It's in the process event. That is right here, yeah. So every frame what I'm doing is checking if there is, if one of the researches is complete. So I'm getting the research info. So this is getting essentially the current stats of the current research. Which is all good there. So research and research reference. So as long as the research does exist and our current research has, like, exists, then if it's not complete, do all this stuff. Otherwise, set it back to that. So this is where we need to do some things. We will set it back to being null. So this is where we set research. I see. So we're just merging that value back into it. Research reference. So just so I can make sure I'm doing this right, what I'm going to go ahead and do is print out what our research info is. And I believe that's an array of all of our research, so. But I just want to make sure. Excuse me. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, doing this should be basically just appending on another integer that records the current level of the research, and then we can calculate all of the values after that, so should be pretty easy. I think to do that I will actually modify the research info table. Should work okay. That's never saved, so it doesn't matter if we modify that. Because it'll always be reset to the default whenever we load into a new world. But it's just easier to set the values there of, like, the quantities of things that you need. Yeah, a little bit of a setup, but that'll be worth it once it's done. What is this? There's different update modes. Oh, okay. So let's load up the... Hold on, let me turn the music off. Let's load up our regular old save. Then we can see exactly what we have saved. Now you can see the difference, how long the auto tiling takes. Okay, so this is an array of all of our dictionaries of everything. So we can kind of read this. So let's just take one of these. So for example, advanced collection, we have complete is true. and then the inputs of everything. So progress is the current amount of progress that we have for that specific research. So what I'll be able to do is settle that back to 0 whenever I finish a research, so that like when we start a new infinite research, it won't still be at 20 out of whatever. So yeah. Okay. Should be easy enough. I say that, but usually doesn't ever go that smoothly, but we'll see. Do I usually talk on BBG Discord after streams? Like with anybody, or just like privately, or like what? Okay, so it's getting current research info. So this specifically is just getting the current info of our current research. So in set research, we will do okay, so this is merging our research info if it doesn't exist yet. So I probably also want to merge our level. Actually, no, that really only happens when you finish the research, so I'll just do that there. Okay, this is completing the research. Left a little comment for myself. Yeah, so we can say research.complete, and then we can also just say research.level plus equals 1. So by default, I'm going to set all of these levels to 0, and that should work. That's notifying that the research has been complete. And then for everything inside of the unlocks, we put it into the unlocks table. Yeah. So yeah, unlocks will be a little bit different because we're not grabbing that value. I do believe that I am syncing our researches, but let me make sure that I am. Researching current, yeah, research info, I am syncing that, so that'll work. Now, I have to remember if this will work. I think if you access something that doesn't exist in a dictionary, it will let you increment it. But I don't remember, so I have to figure that out. So a few things I'm going to do here. I'm just going to say if research reference dot type is equal to research types dot. So if it's infinite, I'm basically not going to do it. Let's just say if it's not infinite. Yeah. I'll set complete to false. Wait, I set research complete to false? That doesn't seem right. Oh, I just changed it. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, let's just, this is confusing. If it's the single type, we complete it. Otherwise, we just increment the level, and we also set the research back to being nothing. Although, let me notify before we do that, otherwise it'll be a little funny. And we actually only do this if... Yeah, that there, and then we add this there. So hopefully this should be all good. So setting research, this should set it back to nothing. Current research will equal whatever research is. Yeah. And we should be good to go. Okay. Research is complete there. Otherwise, we never really want an infinite research to be marked as complete. So, should be all good. Now, I'm also curious, did this actually create a button for it? Because I think it did. Yes, it did. Oh, right. It's, I said copper, not copper ingot. Shouldn't current level equals research level or 0 work? So you're saying like if it's 0 instead of type single, or in which part? Cool talk to you sometimes after stream. Sound like pretty chill dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm happy to hop into a call or whatever if you want after. So, down to do that. Oh, and the key does not exist. Yeah. So I do need to initialize an initial value of 0 for this. How could I do this? Because I need this level to always exist. So let me try and do that. Now, I think the difficulty with this is that I kind of create this inside of the researcher, I think? No. I do. Research, or no, that's just pushing back the input that has progress, so that's not it. I'm trying to remember where I actually do it. I think what that is actually down inside, here, right here. So if it doesn't have the research inside of our research table. Yeah, for J and research.input. Or no, that's adding the progress. There's somewhere where I initialize the empty input box. I'm just gonna do this. Oh. All right, input. Let's find that. Yeah, it's right here. This is where I do it. So we just have to say level is 0. Did that get... Okay, yeah, let me check this out. So you're just using the get, yeah. Oh, to set a default value. Actually, you're totally right. I should do that. Although the way that I'm going to be accessing this, though, is the problem, right? Because that means I'm going to have to do the get check every single time. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it probably would be good just to have that defined always. Because I'm going to be like accessing that info dictionary from like the player, for example. I just don't know where I'm going to be accessing it from, so I better have it just work probably. So this would be fine if no one has played the game before and doesn't have save data, right? The issue though is that this level value will not be updated, so I do have to set up a script that just runs through all of them really quick at the beginning and make sure that level actually is in each dictionary, which isn't a big deal. But we'll do that right now. And level won't actually matter for like whether it's complete or not, so we should be good. If I was smart, I would have just changed complete to be level. And then if it's not infinite, you can just have a maximum of 1 level, you know? But I'm not. So. I don't know why this is lagging. Oliver, what's up? Gonna be real, I don't understand any of this. It's all good. It is complicated stuff. Okay, so the game's open, but it's... Okay. I'm working on my game, Starground. I'm just adding infinite research. So I'm just kind of getting all the systems set in place for that. This is freezing though. I love when it does that. Okay. Alrighty. So we'll define level here, but also we need to do this at the beginning. Yeah, this is just saying merge that. Actually, no, we should be okay, right? No, it'll be okay from now on, but I still have to fix old people's old saves, so. But it's really easy to do, honestly. We just have to go to where we load the game, down in here. And then we get all of our research info right here, so we're just gonna say for I in research info, we can append this on. Now, how do I add a new value? I guess I could just merge a dictionary. So I could just say this and then merge it. So let's just say I dot. So that'll return the key. It's kind of annoying how it does it. Or wait, does it? No, research info is an array, so we can just say I dot merge. Pretty easy fix. Sick. When are you going to post on Steam? Yeah, it's already up on Steam. It's actually coming out in, yeah, a week now. Oh yeah, let me check that. Yeah, has is a. Let me check that. Go dictionary. Has divided by 1. Man, I know has is, that just checks if the key is in it. This should be fine, though, because I don't have to run another check to check if it is there. It should just do it. Oh, number of arguments. Okay, I didn't even know that's what that meant. Okay. Oh, you can also say in. Interesting. To check if it has a key. Called functionality. Okay. I haven't ever seen that like notation before at that. So the reason why I was going to do merge is just because I think merge will not override things. So if you have there is a optional argument to override it, but otherwise if it exists already, then it just won't do anything. So I could do a check to see if it has it, but honestly, this should be pretty fine to do, I think. Let's just make sure this works. I'm just going to load up the game and make sure that, yeah, the dictionary is updated. Also, Oliver, said you wishlisted. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah, we have to load it. Okay, so our code is bad. Okay, this is returning a string. So I do think research info is actually... I guess it's a dictionary then. Let me make sure, though. I thought it was an array. Oh, I guess if it's... No, if you access... I don't know. Let me see. Let me just print it out and make sure. That's the easiest way to do it. Oh, it is a dictionary. Okay. Well, we're fine. So all we have to say is just researchinfo.get I, and then if data, then we say data.merge. Let's try that. I should print down here what we have. It doesn't, but I think it's just because I removed the print statement. Yeah. So they should all show level 0 now, but I just want to make sure on this. All right. For example, let's look at better automation. Complete is true. We have input and we have level 0. Yeah. All right. That should be pretty much it then, because now what I can do is access that value from the player, for example, and say we multiply the speed by whatever I set the speed as in the research table, times the level of it. So should be good. Yeah, it's still a little broken. I forgot to fix the name of copper. Let me go do that. Mining laser power right here. It's a copper ingot. So hopefully this works. I do have to test this and make sure it does. Just as an experiment, what I'm going to do is set this to 1. Just so I can quick fire these researches really quick and make sure it does work. I do have to implement the cost multiplier, though. That's not going to work right now. It should be pretty easy to do. Essentially, all I have to do is just multiply it by whatever the level is on start. And just to confirm that I'm doing this right, we're going to do this. So we want to say the current cost to the power of whatever level is. So if it's 10 to the power of 0, oh, that's 1, so that doesn't work. But yeah, say level is like 5, then we say 10 to the power of 5. Oops, that's mod. And that would be 100,000 resources. So it gets pretty insane. I might not do 2 exactly every time. I might do a little less than that. So essentially what we'll do is say, so if level is 5 and say it's 1.5, then we say, actually, how will we do this? If it's 2 times, I'm trying to think of how this would work because I don't want to mess this up. We go to Desmos. So X will essentially be our level. So if it's 1 there, okay, yeah, that's not right then. Oh, so this would be the multiplier. So if we have it set to 1.5, then at level 0 it would be a 1 multiplier. At level 1, now it would cost 1.5 times that amount. Level 2, it would be 1.5 times 1.5, which is 2.25. Level 3 is 1.5 times 1, you get the idea. That should work. Yeah. So honestly, instead of actually modifying the costs straight up in here, I think I'll just go list them wherever I do calculate how much it needs, which will be a lot easier. Because I don't really want to modify these. This is like static data. Because if I change this, I want it to update on everybody's games without me having to add a bunch of stupid code to fix it. So let me go to the research. I think it's in the display of the researcher. No, that's the researcher. I need to go to the research menu. So it'll show what it requires, and that's where we can kind of change that. So whenever we do that, I believe it creates, yeah, down here, ingredient.required amount. So that will be whatever the research level is, what we just calculated. So it's going to be the amount, and that's going to be times our global dot. Let's see, we already have it. Times research dot. Let's actually do this. Research dot type is research types dot infinite. Then we'll do the specific one. Otherwise, it's just the regular one. Alright, we have to do that for every single one, so that's fine. So this will be times research dot And this is where we can start to actually grab our values and stuff. So it's cost multiplier and effect increment. We won't worry about effect increment. We just need to know about cost multiplier. So I'll start with 1.5 on this. We'll see how that feels. After this goes. So we're gonna say research dot cost multiply. Oops, I always say multiplayer instead of multiplier because I'm so used to typing multiplayer now. Back to our global script. Oh, I'm sorting. That's why I can't. Yeah. Yeah. Cost multiplier. So that will be our. It should actually be power. So our cost multiplier to the power of our research dot level, and that's basically how we'll do it. Let's see, what is this link? Oh, interesting. That's cool. That's one thing. Another thing I love about Godot is how many plugins there are for stuff like this. Output, yeah. No, this is pretty cool though. I like this. Nice. Yeah, maybe I'll check this out. I mean, I could think of a few things that I would like to test just really basically. Like to make sure I didn't set something back or didn't set it back to the value it was supposed to be. So it's cool though. Yeah, Godot's got so much awesome stuff like this. And like their Rust language support plugin stuff, which is pretty cool that they have that.
Well, I was sitting on the back of my truck, beer in hand but not drunk enough. I walked around to the driver's seat, put it in drive.
Hey, Oliver, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. $5. I appreciate that, man. That's awesome. Confetti. I don't know why it didn't alert. I guess YouTube doesn't have like alerts set up on the streams. Yeah, it probably did on YouTube, but I need to set that up if there's a way to do that. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. It's a cool game, man. If you can make it work, you should totally add oil. Oh yeah, oil's actually in the game already. So yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, there's confetti. Time to kill the bit rate. Yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. This is the research table. Yeah, I need the research info. Actually, is that just saved up here? No. Since it's a dictionary, I should be good to go. I can just save this. So on ready, we're just gonna say bar research info will just be an empty dictionary. Yeah, that should work. Cool. Like confetti, yeah. No, it's fun. I lost it for a while because I moved the location on my desktop, but I recently got it back, so we're good to go. Hey, Seems, what's up? Stream going today? Pretty good. I'm just working on infinite research and kind of getting all that set up. It is a lot to do, just because I didn't initially design it with that like set up and ready to go, but it's not too bad. I'm just going through and making sure everything's set up how I want. It should be ready to go pretty soon. I think I have the cost multiplier set up. The only thing that won't be set up is inside of the researchers, but it should be okay. But it should display the right values. So let's just do the research and see what it does, right? So it shows it here. It requires 10. I did set it back to 10. Let me set that to 1 just so that we can really quickly check this, right? Now, one thing that it will do, I believe, is set it to a fraction, which is not fun. So I'm going to have to change that, but it should be okay. Once this loads, there we go. So you put in half ingots. That's true. That's true. Maybe I should just add fraction items. That would be scary. I don't know about that. Yeah. Okay, so let's check this. Should be 1. So let's go get copper and rotors. I already have that. Just gonna create another researcher so it's faster. So what I want to happen, hopefully this will, says it's complete already. It's not true. Okay, so we have one issue to work out. Does it actually say it's complete in here? Let me make sure. We have alloying. It says it's complete. So that's weird. I don't know why that got saved as complete. Because it should never be marked as complete, right? I'm actually just going to do this. Make sure there isn't somewhere weird where I'm setting it as complete. Okay. Yeah, it should only do it if it's single. I think at some point it got kind of messed up, and now it's been saved like that, so I just need to modify my save. If I research complete. Yeah, the only time it happens is when the type is single, so it should be okay. Yeah, it'll always be false by default. Imagine satisfactory. That'd be crazy. You know, trick. Put your hands on the chair and hold yourself. For unit test? Oh, you mean for this, if I had unit tests. The problem, I think, is just me keeping the game open while I'm changing code because it makes my save files weird. So I think that's the problem. Actually, if I just load into a new game, it should be false. Let me just make sure. So I just need to reset my save. Well, I don't want to totally break it, though. So I'll have to do something weird. Okay. So yeah, it'll be complete here. But if we load up a new save, it should not be. This happens all the time when you know, it's bad habit. Okay. So it broke, but it's fine. Yeah, level does not exist. Yeah, so level only gets added, I believe, when I start it. So how can I get around this? So I can make it so that it always has, I could. I guess we'll do it. I'll buckle in. Let's just let that pass. Non-existent get. Hmm? Let me go to the research menu. So this is the info controller. Oh, duh. This doesn't work because it happens every frame, so yeah. Although I think what I'm gonna have to do is make it so whenever you click the button, it does it right away. So. Or just have a check. So if research and research info. Although, is that going to break everything? Yeah. But hey, it works. Oh, I'm starting a null research. So this is in the... Okay, this is only in set research. Okay, well then that's the solution. Duh. I just have to set it to what it is when I use it. So essentially here when I do set research, it's like what I do with research. I just have to say research info is now equal to that. I mean, seems pretty obvious. Yeah. Oops. Okay, a little bit more workout. So wait, it works once. What's going on here? Well, no, it doesn't work at all. Oh. Oh. Whoopsies. Hide that for a minute. But it won't work, because it's going to do that, yeah. Because research info doesn't exist for it yet. So what we'll do is this. Oh, also research info. Let's just do it up here. So var research level will be main.research info. So actually we're just gonna say if research info did exist, then that means there has to be level. So we'll just set it to 0 by default. Oops, did I spell that wrong? No, I didn't. There we go. So it'll be 0 by default. So it should be good. So this is all good. Then if we click on that, yeah. Okay, we're good. A little funky. Yeah, it's false by default. It's just because my save is weird now. What I'll go ahead and do just to fix that right now is modify the in here. So it's the my loading script. I've done this a lot whenever this happens because it tends to happen a lot. I just have to say research info, comment out the line where I actually load the research info, and now we're good to go. So that effectively resets all my research progress, which is fine. I do want to make sure this all works properly anyway, so I kind of have to reset it. So now we can start that research. Takes copper and a rotor. Looks like it's already started. Then let's put the rotor in. And what ideally should happen is this should stop. It should give us a pop-up message, and then we can do it again. Which we can. And now the cost has gone up. I'm going to do ceiling on this, so this doesn't happen, right? But yeah. So that's another issue that I do have to fix. Okay, anyways. So I have the display working, it's just that we have to do... it'll make sense. Also, what's up, Connor? Did I say hello already? I can't remember. So here we're setting the value of it. We just have to round it. I know, I do have dementia. We'll do round I specifically, because then it returns a integer. Just to make sure it is actually what I think it is. Then, now it's easy. We can go back into here, and then for the research stuff, we just have to make sure it's actually the right value. Also, let's... no, let's not do that. Research info. So that's setting the unlocks. It's down in here. So this is where we have to recalculate our progress and stuff, which is no big deal. So I.amount, we will have to now modify that by the same thing we just did over on the other side. So we're going to research, yeah, so for every single input, we basically say, for everything in the input, if it's the right name, then we set item progress to that. Yeah. So if item progress is less than the amount times hour of our research reference. Oh, actually, that's I. So we can say I.amount. Or wait, no, we know the amount. It's going to be what we did just a second ago. I don't know why I can't remember. It's dementia. It's setting in, guys. I'm losing it. It's my brain exploding from the dementia. It's in here. Right, the cost multiplier times the research level. I don't know why I forgot. So we just say research reference dot cost. Oops. Oops. Oh my god. Multiplier. To the power of research dot level. So we only want to do this though if it is an infinite research, which in this case it is not. So we're just going to say if research reference dot type is equal to research types dot infinite. Then we do it this way. Otherwise, we do it without that stuff. Multiplier? Like Markiplier? Yeah. Yeah, dude. And I'm also going to round this as well. Oops. I did the I inside of the... What is a desica? It's the name for a planet. It is not an item. So don't feel any need to translate it, because it won't really make sense to translate it. Things like that with no real direct translation don't have to be translated, because it just doesn't make sense if you do, you know? Because how the heck do you translate that? Unless, like, the language has a native word for whatever it is, it just doesn't work. So... You might be able to guess what kind of planet it's going to be based off of the name, so... You guys like my remote? It's from my treadmill. Alright. Single player. Let's go to here. So it should show 2. It'll round to the nearest integer. Yeah, so it's level 0. Let's go research it once, just to make sure. Should also increase the level of it. We'll see that reflected here if it does. So it didn't. Odd. Unless it did, it's just that I didn't update it? No. Yeah, see, that gets a little funky now, because now it's done. Like, it succeeded, but it's not working. Like, not completing. It does show it's level 1, though, so it did increment the level. But let's go figure out why that didn't work on here. So, every time it should clear this out. Required amount equals round I. I've done amount, which is 1, times the power of cost multiplier, which is 1.5. And the research level. Is it just always defaulting to 0? Let me make sure. Should have printed in here. So it did it here. So that's level... That's level 1? Oh, it's doing the last one, isn't it? Weird. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. Has to be the research name. Whoopsies. Okay, this should work now. Yeah, now it shows 1 out of 2. Okay. Yeah. So I think the only issue with this won't update. You'll see what I mean with that. But let's go ahead and link it with the researchers so they can actually keep researching now. It's gonna be a Terralink planet. What is Terralink? What is Terralink? But Desica, you know, desiccation packet, desiccant packet. You get the idea. It'll be a desert planet. Spoilers. Oh, it showed up when you searched Desica? Let me look it up. Who's this guy? Desica. It's a herbicide. Yeah, I don't see anything about Terralink. It's actually good when you don't see any, like, you know, search results for it. But, so what do we got? Posture check. Can do. Now I'm cut at the top of the frame. Oh yeah, I need to show you guys the changes to Dreadcap. You may be interested in seeing that. It's a little bit different now. Okay, so this is where we can check if these researchers can actually do what they're doing. So if it has power, blah blah blah, for every single input. And then this is where this has to change. So let's go copy the little formula we have here. Yeah, that'll work. On screen right now? For the dread cap? Yeah. This should work. Oh, yeah, they're researching. They're going. So it should stop once it hits 2. Yes. Then if we go back to it, does not show 4 now. Oh, okay. So it is actually working. It's just that I'm not updating it right. Yeah. Also, this will be, I need to reset the progress on these back to 0 every time that the research happens, so we will do that. So let's go do that. That's inside of here. If done, then we do it here. If it's infinite, or that's if it's, yeah, we do it right here. So what we have to do, pretty easy, for I in research. I in research.input. Then we say I.amount is equal to 0. And we have to update this menu because it doesn't like update if you have it open while you do a research. It's a little funky, but it's not too difficult to fix. But we'll just make sure that this actually does what I think. Add another researcher. So we start the research, 0 out of 1. It'll go. We wait for it to finish. Okay, that one's done. Now we have to reopen the menu and click on it again. Now it shows, still shows 1 out of 2, so that's wrong. Oh, it's not amount. It's progress. That's why that didn't work. We'll just finish this research and then we'll make sure that works. Yeah, now it shows the new updated value. So I think it does 2 twice. I think that's why it was weird before. It's just because of how the rounding works, because it's like 2.3 or something, I think, now. But then this one should go up to 3, and then the one after that I think is 5. Yeah. And then after this one, I think it'll go up to 5, I believe. If I believe correctly. And this should also all work with multiplayer. I don't see why it wouldn't. Obviously, we're going to test it today, but we should be okay. So yeah, the progress bar there is pretty broken. I have to fix that, but it should be easy to do. All right, that's done. So now it gets reset. Now it shows 5. Yeah. Cool. So it works for the most part, just minor things that I have to fix now. So first thing that I have to fix will be, let's see. What do I want to fix first? Let's fix the progress bar. So if we go to our researcher menu, into our research info controller. So it creates this button down, or actually no, it's the buttons here, yeah, so. I think it just goes through at the beginning and then, yeah, creates all the buttons. So let's go into the button, and we just have to fix our current progress code in here, which is easy enough to do. So this is where we do it. We're just doing it by amount, but we need to multiply it by our funny little formula. So we're going to say if let me just add this as a comment really quick. So here we're getting our research table value there. What we also need to do, though, is get a reference initially to our research info. So we're just going to say... and we also will have to check, because research info might not exist. So let me think just for a second. Okay. So if research info... So research info is null. Will equal main dot research info dot get research name null. There we go. So it'll keep checking until it is valid, and then it'll do it. Now, down here, we can say if research info, or if research reference, what is it? Is it just called research? Button research, okay. So if button research dot type is equal to global dot research types dot infinite, then do the infinite one, otherwise calculate your traditional one. The Tree of Wisdom says stone can be used as a weapon in the tool bench, but stone can be used as a weapon part. That's true, that's true. You know, you've got a pretty valid point there, Oshik. I may need to change that. Oh, let's change this here. Button research.input.i.amount times all that stuff. And then we will do research info. Okay. You change translation to, yeah, I mean, the good thing with how the keys are now, it won't actually like break if we change it. It'll just be slightly incorrect, but it's honestly a pretty minor error, so it's not a big deal. Alright, so this should have fixed the percentage bar down here. Yeah, it'll go back to 0. And then we wait. Now it's at 20. Yeah, we're good. I'm also going to do a check here and just say, and research info, just to be on the safe side of things. What the flip? What the... I will not say it. The cursed words. Boom. And now, if this did update live, these would be different now. So, honestly, that's a pretty easy change. What I'm going to do is just whenever the signal is emitted for the research finishing, I'm just going to force an update really quick. Just to make sure that it is actually what it should be. It's pretty easy. I think it's just... I have a signal here somewhere. I think I have a signal. I think it's in set research. It's in here somewhere. Actually, I think it's in research completed or whatever. Notify research complete. Research complete dot emit. Yeah. So we can just connect that signal up. This is in the global script, I believe. Where is this? No, this is actually in here, which is fine. But I'm just going to go to the research menu and here it does all this stuff. It updates the buttons. Yeah, on research set. So it's pretty easy. We just have to say main dot research complete dot connect, and we'll just set it to set research. And the research name will just be the same as new research. That should work. Yeah. I think we're good to go. So let's just, actually, we'll have to restart the game. It's no big deal. If I ever get mad, just call him Salty Jim. You can call me whatever, I'm not gonna get mad. Okay, so this didn't connect, right? It's no big deal. Cannot convert argument 2 from string to an int. Let me check the documentation really quick. This is why I love documentation. So I can figure out what things actually take. So it's down in here, there's .connect somewhere. Let's just search for it. Right here. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm doing it right. I think I just need to... I don't know the proper way to pass a argument. How do I pass an argument? The signal passes the argument? Is there any way that I can pass an argument, like a custom argument with the signal? I mean, it's not a big deal. I can just have another function that's like function update info, and then have that call set research with the argument that I want. Like that. Yeah, I mean, I know you can put... Well, this is a case where I don't really want that, so... It'll be fine. Also, wait. Connect new research. No. Connect update info. Now let's check this. I think that's almost everything that we need to fix. And then I think infinite research works. The only other thing that I have to do is just attach it to the mining laser speed on all the players, but that's really easy to do since we've set up all of our systems for that. Yeah, it's good though. I really wanted to get infinite research ready to go for the early access release since it really helps to give people something to do, you know? No, I can't believe I just did that. Alright, my research is gone, so I can't... It's fine. So add that in there. Copper. So this should update with 2 now whenever we do this. And let's just watch and make sure. Interesting. It almost did? Mm-hmm. I don't know why it like kind of worked but didn't work, you know what I mean? Because I called set research, or at least I should have. I don't know, maybe we could just make these smarter. Because I do pass in a linked recipe so that I could just read from the amount instead of doing it how it is now, honestly. I think that's probably a smarter way to do it instead of all the garbage that I'm trying to, I don't know, squeeze into here right now, so. Let's do that, I think. So instead of connecting all these signals and making it complicated, let's just make it smarter. That also means we don't have to set the value here, so it's just a little bit more simple, which is always good, because we just set a linked recipe. So yeah, if linked recipe, then we do all of our stuff. We say required amount will be equals I dot progress. So all we're gonna do here is just say boom. Required amount will be equal to, yeah. Which we'll actually do in here then. Oh yeah, then we just say required amount. Otherwise will be equal to because it's not there. Global.research table dot get our linked recipe. Wait, is the linked recipe? Let me go make sure on this. Okay, this is the name. Global.research get linked recipe. You yell opinions of the code as I pass. Sorry, that's true. Sure hope there won't be a research breaking bug after this. Hopefully not. I mean, I'm definitely going to test this a lot, right? Good thing is I'm not really modifying a whole lot of the base code of how it worked before, so it should be relatively stable. But we'll make sure. So what's up? What's my project? This is called Starground. I spelled this wrong. This game I've been working on for a while now, and it's coming out in early access in 1 week, so pretty soon. Yeah, I'm just working on infinite research systems right now. It's a little funny, but we're working it out. Then what is this? I do have an item name, right? Yeah. Let's actually do this. And then we have to reference input. Oh, also that. This has to be a string. And I specifically want to get the item name.
The creepers came and blew up my house. I hate old creepers even more now. There's creepers on my back. I can't get them off.
Okay, so that's set up. And then if specific recipe does exist, which means that there's info about it, then we can set like this specific thing. So if I.name, yeah, then required amount will be this whole thing again. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just do it. Dot amount. And then we multiply it by research level. And for that, we can just say... So we have the research info. So I have to modify that formula that I just did, I think. Actually, no, we're okay. Yeah, I need to get another variable in here. Oh, it's pretty easy. We're just going to say var research reference. And we're just going to set it. It's going to be just a little bit easier. And all we're doing is just getting the research, which is ink recipe. Hey, Stoney, what's up? Yeah, 1 week until early access, I know. It's, yeah, finally time after all this waiting. Honestly, it went pretty quick, you know, given the scale of the game and multiplayer and all that, so... I think if I wasn't as good as I was at programming as I am now, this would have taken me years. So... But yeah, it went pretty good. Honestly, the thing I'm happiest about is I hit my goal. My goal was to spend like 6-7 months on the game, and that's what I've done. And yeah. Obviously, like, it's not done. Like, I'm gonna keep working on it and get it out of early access. But my... Like, when I first started working on this, I'm like, okay, are we gonna do early access? Yes. What's my deadline for that? And I've hit the deadline, so... That's, you know, what I'm most happy about, honestly. Do you think the game's gonna be ready? I think so. You know, it is early access after all. Obviously, I know that's not really an excuse for an unfinished game, so I'm definitely getting it to a spot where it's pretty not unfinished. I mean, there's definitely some content to work through, so that's the important thing. Did I resolve the Steam issues? Which Steam issues specifically? Because there's always issues that pop up and I fix, and I don't remember which one. One's from last stream. What did I even do last stream? It's not dementia, it's just the fact that I have so much going on, so many things I'm thinking about. I just need to go remind myself. Why isn't it? Oh? YouTube? Weird. I can't go to my channel. Is this a YouTube bug right now? I can go to YouTube Studio and then go to it from there, I guess. Man, that's weird. Alright, so the last live stream was... Yeah, this one. I can't remember what the Steam issues were. What was I even working on this one? So I fixed the rain stuff's all implemented. Oh, that! Right, it was... Yeah, so I fixed that. It was a kind of a stupid thing. Basically, what I was doing was I was calling an RPC function. So I was saying, like, you know, whatever. I don't have an RPC in this, but just for example, I was like, function.rpc ID. And what I kept doing was I was passing the ID as the last value. So I was doing this. What I didn't realize with RPC ID, although I did it right everywhere else, the first argument is the ID, not the last one. So that was the issue with that. I fixed it, it all works. It was honestly a pretty stupid thing that I forgot that. But yeah, we're good. Do you know if you define the type of a variable with type, or just dot equals, you'll get a performance boost? Yeah, that's statically typing things, yeah. I can do that. Sometimes I do that on code that's very, like, kind of set in stone. That I need good performance for. I know a lot of people always mention that fact about how statically typing increases performance by 30%. I think the problem though is, in all the testing I've checked with that, it's always in a case specifically designed to exploit statically typing things. So it's not really that big of a difference as you would imagine, but yeah, I could do it. You know, I could say required amount is actually an int and stuff like that. But I don't know. I just haven't been, you know. Will that probably come back to bite me later? Eventually, you know, but I've been trying to be a little bit better about it though. What I could do if I really wanted to jump into the deep end is the nuclear option and enable the statically typed error messages. So if it's not statically typed, it throws an error and I have to do it. So that's the scary option. Because it will break the entire project and it'll take me a while to fix it. But yeah. So I don't know about that. We'll see. See, I have to get the specific amount here. Oh, I'm already doing it here. But I have to get the total amount of this. Yeah, what I'll do is just, this will be easier if I do it this way. For I in range. Research reference dot input. Might turn this into a function, we'll see. Dot size. This is the benefit of a dictionary, is that I don't have to do this, but I believe the input is a array. Yeah. Which is okay. If I.name is equal to... Yeah, I'm going to make this function. It'll just be easier this way. Fuck, find amount. What do I call this? New name. Hey, Sonny, thank you so much for the resub. That was awesome. Confetti. Hyper early access. Awesome, yeah. Hopefully it goes well. You know, it is scary. Because there's probably bugs and stuff that I just haven't found yet. And I've done plenty of testing. Every single time I work on the game, I test constantly, you know, so at least I can have some solace in knowing that fact, that I've done a lot of testing, and we have alpha testers testing everything. What I can be pretty sure about is that there's no massive bugs. There might be little minor things, but I don't know about that yet, so we'll see when we get there. But, you know, I'm ready for the day one patches. But, yeah. Really wanted to read some more of that Rust book. So goddamn tired I got home from work. I couldn't really be bothered with it. Watching your stream said, yeah, that's fair. Reading is kind of tiring, you know. It's different, like a podcast I can just kind of close my eyes and listen, but reading you have to pay attention. It's crazy. Yeah. That's why I don't do a lot of reading. It's just, it's hard for me to keep my focus, honestly, reading. I know it's good and all, but it's kind of just a hassle, you know? So I'm just going to return I.amount. Oh, that doesn't work at all. Wait. No, we don't have to say size. We just loop through everything in the input. Yeah. So now down here, instead of all this garbage, we can just say required amount is find amount of our item name times that. What do you mean you can't? Oh, whoops, for IN. Research? Oh yeah, no, this is not. It's a research reference. And then research level, that will have to be specific recipe dot level. And I think we're good to go with that. So this should automatically update all of it when it needs to be updated. I'm also going to replace this with our function. Just find a mount. Yeah. What's your approximation on how many hours you spent on the project? Ooh, man. It's a lot. You know, there's the thing is like, do you include... I would include in that also the time that I've spent editing devlogs for it, marketing, getting everything on Steam ready to go, all of the art assets. It's honestly really difficult to put an exact number of hours on that, because it's kind of the thing that I'm always doing every day. But it's a lot. Definitely is. I would say in just sheer hours of coding time, I probably spend maybe about 4 hours a day. And that's just coding, right? As far as all the other stuff goes, that's probably like another 4 hours a day. I could pretty safely assume that I work like an 8-hour day every day, just working on Starground stuff. Obviously it's broken up into little bits and there's breaks in between and stuff, but just for pure time spent. So, because that includes all the editing time and everything. So if I've been working on this since, like, let's say December last year, so that's like 7 months, about. Almost 7 months. It'll be at the end of the month, 7 months. So, actually, no, it already is 7 months, because I started, like, mid-December. Yeah. So 7 times 30 days. Times, like, 8 hours a day, probably. At least 1,600 hours. But I actually know it's more than that, because my Steam hours before I switched to the Steam specific build is at 1,600 hours. And of course there's been times where I've left it open in the background, but it's a pretty accurate reflection of how much time I've spent just coding. So man, it's pretty crazy. I will subtract like 300 hours from just other projects in Godot, because that doesn't really count, but yeah, because this doesn't update anymore. When I use this version, it's not through Steam, so yeah. it's a lot. I think it's pretty safe to say at least 2,000 hours. So say I make $5,000 on the game, divided by 2,000, that's $2 an hour. Which is, yeah. But, oh well. What was I gonna... Oh yeah, let's go check it. Oh, okay, it's broken. It's fine. We'll fix it. Invalid get index research info. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing here. Also, I don't know why I'm doing that. No, wait, that's fine, yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Part of the reading is that you need to read. This is absolutely true. Yeah. I don't get some lines of code, because sometimes I would see a local example text by itself, then using a function by saying if, yeah. Basically, like, local cases don't always apply to the complexity of your own unique project. This is a common problem with using AI in your project, because a lot of times AI doesn't understand your entire project and how everything fits in together. It's getting better at that. There is AI that, like, will access the GitHub repository and stuff, and so it has a much better frame of reference for what your project is, like, actually is more of a complete picture. But yeah, I know it's not AI. I'm just going on a tangent about AI. Yeah, it's always hard, though, sometimes like that, to integrate examples. So we got an ad in 1 second. I apologize. Can we test this before the ad's up? Let's see. So this should update to 0 out of 2. Or, yeah. Yes! Okay, it works, gamers. So I think Infinite Research is implemented. after the ad, we're gonna integrate it into the actual player's mining laser. So, let's get to that, shall we? Oh, this background hissing is probably annoying. Sorry about that. So let's go to the player. We are going to go to the mining speed. So there's down in here, we reset the mining time. It's in here somewhere. Mining timer. Yeah, mining time. So this is where it does it. Now all we have to do is basically just set this to 1 divided by the current multiplier. Or 1 times... Actually, no, we just have to say divided by, yeah. So we're going to divide it by... So this is what we'll do. We'll say... Do I have a reference to main? Yeah, I do. Main dot research info dot get. We're going to get mining laser power, and if they don't find it, it's null. If laser info, do the stuff, else it'll just be normal. So if laser info is found, then we're going to say mining time will be divided by laser info dot level. So that'll give us the current level of our upgrade. So if we're at like level 5 or whatever, then we're going to say 5 times 0.2. And that'll give us our value. And we also have to say plus, 1 plus that, otherwise it'll be wrong. Global dot research table. And inside of that, we're gonna get mining laser power. And in that, we're going to say dot, what's the value? Effect increment. And that should work. It's a little funny, but yeah. I'm just gonna print mining timer whenever we do that, just to make sure it works. And let's go check it out. So let's see what it outputs. I need to stop printing this other stuff now. Which is, or it's not in here. It's inside of multiplayer setup. Gonna go to bed now. Have more work for tomorrow. Cool to talk someday. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you're up one of these times after stream or just whenever, just hit me up, honestly. Stream, have a good day. Yeah, thank you. Have a good night. And thank you so much again for all the gifted subs, because that's insane. It's really awesome. Alright, so I can see what the current mining timer is. So you can see it works. So now we can mine faster. So... Oh, you can totally tell. Yeah. So let's do it again. Let's see how fast we can mine things, right? Now that is a bit fast. I'm probably going to lower that to 10% per upgrade, but it does work. That's cool. So let's see that now. It's even faster. Good stuff. Let's do it again. Obviously, this will be a lot more expensive. I'm doing it starting at 1 just to test it really quick, but that's pretty crazy. So. Get out of here. Okay. Let's check again. Every time it's just a little bit faster. It's pretty nice. But yeah, I'll have to have it scale up in price pretty quickly, otherwise it's going to be kind of OP. Because you could just place down a bunch of thumpers and just kind of come up and insta-mine everything. Which obviously isn't kind of the gameplay I want. I want people to actually automate, so... But it is convenient for breaking down old factories and stuff. You know, when it's like, ah, let's break all these conveyors. It does help speed that up a lot. So that's good. Now, if I really wanted some more control over this, what I would allow for is different levels. So, like, say, if level is greater than 2, then the ingredients change. And I might implement that, honestly, just because it would be nice to have that for this and for any other infinite research I do at whatever point. So, I'll consider that. You'd be like, the code works. No, I know. Isn't it crazy? I can't believe it works. Right, so it's even faster now. Yo, that's pretty quick. I'm not gonna lie. That's zooming. Now I am actually out of ingredients though, so I have to make more rotors. So let's do that. Oh, I don't have the rotor research though. Yeah, this is what's gonna be a little bit of a pain right now. I have to basically restart all of my research. But it's fine. Let's take those out and get started on this research, shall we? So we're gonna do alloying. Oh, so it's okay. There are some things that are not good. So we just have to fix that. Yeah, so it's just because I'm trying to get required amount for something that isn't the right thing, which is fine. So in find amount, we just have to make sure that it's actually an infinite research. That's kind of just my issue. So if research reference... Actually, no, that should work. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, it's just the cost multiplier. Yeah. So if research reference dot type is equal to global dot research types dot infinite, then do it that way. Otherwise, required amount will just be find amount. And that should be okay. Just gonna cry about it for a minute, but we should be okay after. Just have to confirm this. This is actually inside the researcher, so I have to check that also. Came back so late. It's all good. I'm still just working away at infinite research. I think it's working. There's a few little bugs. Yeah, just adding infinite research. It's pretty much added, so I'll show it off. And also, I want to show off the new Dreadcap stuff. So we'll do that. So this is, seeing the same code. Yeah, it's just, I do need to kind of standardize a lot of this code. It is a little funny how it is now. But, so if has progress is less than all that. It's a pretty easy fix here. I just have to say... type is equal to global dot research types dot infinite. Yeah, otherwise we just say elif as dot progress then I.amount. Okay, we're fixed. Yeah, new Dreadcap stuff. He has new animations. I did redo his sprite, and there's pros and cons to how I did it. I'll show it off and see what all of you think about it. Okay, so that should be fixed there now, and I think we're good. Yeah. So we're fine. There's gonna be bugs, you know? All of this is just doing things and checking and make sure it's stable, so... But yeah, let me actually go show you Dreadcap. I think I have the dungeons set up to still be really tiny right now. I am going to drop off my items because I have a lot of items on me that I don't want to lose. Let me just make another chest. Okay. So let's go to Dreadcap, shall we? Should be pretty easy to find him. Yeah, here he is. So, okay. Some of the things I did. He has new attacks. He has all sorts of stuff. You'll see. He's had a bit of a rework. I'm actually going to turn the music on just so for the effect of it, you know. But let's go into it. So this is Dreadcap. He's pretty much the same. But he now has some new stuff. So he has different animations for different attacks. So that one where his eyes go white, that's him summoning mushrooms. And yeah, he has animations for all his attacks now, which is good. So he's a little smarter. When you get close to him, he will slam down. Or well, there's a chance, right? But he chooses to do his slam attack when you're close. And this prevents people from just kind of like sitting there and camping him, you know? Because that's kind of one of the issues with the boss fight. So now there's a little bit more action involved. Also, when you kill him, he has like a little death animation thing now. You might have also noticed when he died, all the other moon shrooms also died. So that's another thing. He also drops coins now, a random amount of coins. So he's just been improved. He's a bit more fun to actually battle now. It takes more strategy. I delete poison spheres? No, those are still in the attack. You probably saw him flying around. Well, let's go kill him again. Let me go back. But yeah, I made him 3D. You can actually see I have Blender open still. So this is Dreadcap in 3D. Yeah. It looks pretty much the same as he did before. I wanted it to look similar. Because I was fine with his sprite. The problem with animating big sprites like this, hand animating, is it takes so long. That's why I never did more animations for Dreadcap. Because it's so difficult. And it just kind of sucks. It slows down everything. But he is 3D now, so I can just animate him in 3D, like this, with keyframes. And then just export his sprites. And, you know, I do a little bit of processing. I, like, clean them up and add an outline, but it's so much faster. So I can pump out boss animations like that. And I think this is probably the route I'm going to go with all the bosses in the future, just because it's so much easier. And I think it still looks pretty good. I don't think it looks bad by any means, so I think it'll be good. But let's go back and fight him again. Ooh, we got rain. Started raining over here. Okay, the rain does fade out. It just takes a minute. Like the way, yeah. I think it's good though. I just took so much damage. Sorry, the game's probably really loud. Let me turn this down for everybody, because it's probably bursting your eardrums right now. Yeah, that's the exit, yeah. Whoa. So I'll show you he does have his poison cloud attacks. Just wait for it. He'll do it. So when you're far away from him, he'll shoot those like that. And he even has an animation for it now too, which is good. The animations are actually kind of important because it gives you an indicator about what he's about to do before he does it. So when you see him do his little twist, now you know that it's actually going to be that attack versus something else. And I think that's kind of actually a really good thing. And you can tell when he's about to do his slam and when he's summoning and stuff, so... yeah. The slam is kind of hard to dodge. Maybe I should lower the range of it? I don't know. I mean, you can dodge it. I think you've just got to be ready for it, you know? That was false positive. It's a little big. I'm going to lower the range a slight bit, I think. Just because it is kind of hard. But the attack, like, the battle is more fun now. He feels more like a real boss instead of just like something to sit there and spam your attacks at, you know? The only other thing that I haven't added is, like, a second phase attack, you know? His second phase is still identical to the first phase. And I am trying to think of ways to add a second phase, but at the same time, he is the first boss of the game, and I don't want to make him too hard. So I don't know. I'll have to think about what I want to do with that. I also fixed like a depth sorting thing with the quarters. I decided it's probably fine just to have him in front of things. I could make him like fade out or something, but it's not a big deal. I still need to fix the door sorting. It's very weird because some doors sort, but like this one, not sorting. And I don't know why. But this one, fine. Well, for the most part. So yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I have to fix that. But we'll get to that. Yeah, dashing with him now is actually like pretty important, you know. But this one, let's see. Okay, this one depth sorts, you see? This one's fine. This one's working as intended. But this one doesn't. It's a little weird. I don't know what's going on with the doors, why some do and some don't, because they have the exact same code. So it's very odd. I need to dive into the door code and see why that does. Well, I don't think it's the flipping, because also sometimes the bottom doors don't depth sort either. Like that one is, but sometimes you can just walk on top of the door. And it's really weird. Like, let's see if this does it. No? Well, let's see if this one does it. No. Okay. Well, there's no door there. It's just weird. Yeah. Sometimes it's just a very, like, weird occasional event. And I don't know why. Yeah, like, this one's broken. This is the code that I have for setting that, and it's basically in here, where I set positions and offsets. So you can see for both left and right directions, it does the exact same thing. Like, it'll set the offset, and it'll set the position. Also, I don't actually flip the sprites. Like, they just have a different sprite for either direction, right? At least I think. I'm pretty sure. But it's just so weird. I don't know why it does that. Because it should be the exact same code, you know? Yeah. Very weird. Maybe it's because I have Y sort on the door or something, you know? Probably also going to rename sprite to, actually, no, it doesn't matter. And then that's set to -10, so that should always be below. I mean, maybe that'll fix it? No, it still doesn't, though. I wish I could see where the origin of this door was. I mean, it seems like it's right. It's just, the sprite's just wrong. I don't know. I do not know what the issue is. It's very weird. I mean, the code is identical between these two, so it shouldn't be that. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly just have no idea. I'll get around to fixing that one day, but it is very difficult to figure out. I need to isolate it into like a different area or something. But yeah, MBG, the other thing the thing that I've been actually working on today. So we have infinite research. Let me show you that in action. I do have to make more rotors, and all my research is gone. I had to reset my research because I accidentally saved a bad thing to one of the researchers, so... I have to get... Actually, are we good? No, I need oil processing unlocked, so I need 20 steel and 20 copper. Then I can show it to you. Let's go get copper. Oh yeah, I have the copper feeding through here now, I forgot. Oh, excuse me. And then we need steel. Steel, that's right here. Okay, we just gotta wait for that to research real quick. Then we can look at the other thing. Man. Yeah, this is the mining laser power. I should rename it to mining laser speed, but it's kind of too late, so I don't know. Because it already got translated in all of the, you know, translation sheets. Yeah. I mean, it's not fully too late, I guess, but... it is a little wacky. Maybe I should do it, though, because when I change it, it'll delete everyone's progress for it, so, yeah. I really should have some way that I can change these without removing their info. The way to do that would just be to have a static key that I never change, and then the name is independent of the key, you know? Although it would suck for the code, because I have it all set to where, like, the keys are the name, and so I'd have to change a lot of the code. Yeah, research mining, yeah, that exact type of thing. I probably will do that eventually, but, you know, if I do make that change, I'm gonna have to... I'll have to implement some script to fix all the old progress, so it's fine. I'll do it if I decide to do that later, right? And I probably will, because I don't want to break it. I mean, I have that same thing set up with, like, the translation keys, or I started to do that, right? It is still tied to the name with the buildings. Actually, not with saving and loading, though, because all I do when I load in a building is I just I instantiate the scene. So that's actually okay. I can change the name of buildings, okay. The issue, though, is if I change the name of scenes. Because if I change, like, a scene of, like, the Star Launcher, it's still called the spaceship. Right? Which is not right, because it's obviously not a spaceship now. But, okay, oil processing is done. Now we can make rotors. Let me go make one. Copper, steel, gear. Let's just, get all of our ingredients. I have no gears. Was it copper wire? Yeah. It's laughing. Yeah, it is funny that it's set up like that, but... Alright, now we can make rotors. Let's just do this. Oh, you can see it in action. Mining speed's a little bit faster now. Oh my god, this is so much. Okay, we can finally start the research. So essentially, This research will go on forever, and it just keeps getting more expensive over time. I've used my skills learned from Pizza Pit in infinite upgrades, and I can apply them to Starground. So it works honestly in a pretty similar way, where I just save the level and I have like multipliers that increases the level for this. So I can change how it works, and it just kind of updates. Against our Starground, yeah. I mean, automation in a way is an idle game, so there is actually a lot of overlap. But you can see when this finishes, right now, it gets more expensive and I can start it again. And every time I research this, I am going to draw a quick little icon so you can see what it does. But it increases the speed of my mining. So if I go up to a resource node now, you can see I mine very fast. Like this. So it's pretty quick. And it's kind of convenient. Honestly, at this point, when you get rotors, you're not doing a lot of manual mining. But, for example, breaking a really big building, I can just, like, it's fast, you know? So, I just want to add things in like that, like more permanent, long-term upgrades. Just for the resource sink aspect of it. And yeah, did I put limiters in? I did not put limiters in for the research. So the thing is that there kind of is technically like a built-in limiter. The way the function works is that it's kind of it's logarithmic. So, for example, we say, this is essentially how it works. So it's going to be 5 divided by 1.5 to the power of x. So this is the actual speed. So it starts off taking 5 seconds for each hit. Then it takes 3.3 seconds for each hit. Then it takes... Oh, also, wait, this is wrong. This should be 1.2. So it should take, yeah, 4.15, then it takes 3.4, then 2.8, then 2.3. So there is a drop-off. Eventually, it'll technically hit 0, but the way my timer works is it's actually fine if it's 0 or negative. It won't ever be a problem, but because if the timer's 0, it'll just happen every frame, which is fine. So it's actually totally fine if it goes to 0. But yeah, it shouldn't. Yeah, logarithmic curve. It should be good because it's balanced. I have this set at increasing speed by 20% each time, but I think I'll do 10%. So by the time you get to like research 20, your mining speed is 0.7, which is pretty quick. I don't know, maybe 0.20 is good though. I'm going to start off the cost a lot higher, obviously. We can do a graph of the cost. So we can say it's 10 divided by, or no, 10 times 1.5 to the power of x. So this is how the cost scales with the speed. So you can see it gets really big. But let's put in a value, so b. So like, for example, the first research... wait, it's 1.5 to power... Something's not right there. Oh, right, yeah, duh. So level 0, the starting level, it costs 10. Next level, it costs 15. Then it's 23. Then it's 34. Then it's 50. 51. Then it's 76. So it just keeps incrementing up, and eventually it does start to get really expensive. But I kind of want it to get to that point. You can see how expensive it starts getting. Yeah. I think it's really expensive. 33,000 items. But it's also really powerful. You know, at level 20, your mining speed is 0.13. So it's almost like insta-mining everything. But yeah, it starts to get up really fast, which is, you know, a good thing. Yeah. But I think this is a pretty good, like, you know, proportion. And I think you want that to happen, I think. You want there to be a super expensive research that you can dump all your resources into. Because that's kind of the whole point of an infinite research. is that it keeps getting more and more expensive so that the game kind of just goes on forever. So. And now here's the lovely thing about this. If I lower this value, so say I set this back to, oh, I don't know. So the cost is 1.5. Let's say every time it's only 1.2. That'll just like work. So it won't break everybody's saves if I do that. So, you know, if I do decide later that 1.5 is too much of a scale, it's fine, because I can just set it back to 1.2. But yeah. Plant 1, 2, and 3, that's such wonderful names for the design. I know. I could name all the plants if I really wanted to, but I just decided not to. Gotta do all my researches again. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's it. Like, infinite research is in the game. Which is awesome. Can anyone think of more infinite research ideas? Because now it's really easy just to rapid fire them. Since I have all the, like, the core of it in the game. I mean, I don't know what else. I do want, like, collector efficiency. Like, I'll add that into the game. Yo, it's raining. I would love little, like, rain puddles when it is raining, but... yeah, that's a future problem. Yeah, it's something for the Vizia. I did put in a key for collector efficiency, so whenever you mine something, it gives you more of those resources. So I'll probably definitely add that. That's the kind of research that definitely should scale up pretty quick, because it's very powerful. You know, mining one coal node and then you get 2 or not 2, you get like 3 or 4. It gets pretty crazy. More power stored in batteries. That could be good, yeah. Although I would imagine at a certain point your research on that is so good that your what's the word? Your little batteries are just as good as the big batteries, you know? But yeah. Definitely a good idea, though. I mean, that could be something like that. Maybe, like, power efficiency on machines or something. Although I have to be careful with those because I almost want that to be the opposite. Like, maybe what we do is we do machine speed. Oh, man, my neck. And that would be pretty good. I think I slept weird in my neck. What's up? And yeah, I did make this game. This is Starground. It's coming out to early access in 1 week from now. So it's crunching time. Weatherface, when you said, I want that to be the opposite. God, what did I even say? Oh, with the energy? What face did I make? I don't even know. I wasn't looking at my face. But yeah, I want it to be the opposite because I want, as your machines like as you get later in the game, I want there to be more of a reason to generate power. And so adding a power efficiency research would kind of defeat that whole idea of things constantly taking more power. But I could do like, you know, machine speed, and that increases speed but also does increase the power consumption. So that could work too. It's like an eyebrow raise of disgust. I was like that? I don't know. I don't remember. It was great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Looks like I'm guessing Factorio. Yeah. No, I mean, any automation game is gonna look a lot like Factorio unless it's like a city type of automation game, you know. But yeah. One thing I actually do want to do is speed for movers, right? I would like to do mover speed. So we either do mover speed or do the Factorio route where we do mover capacity. So we could take multiple items, but that's kind of a hassle. So honestly, I think just speed would be fine. funny because there is eventually a cap that we hit with the speed of conveyors and movers, which is just going to be once per frame. So if your game is lagging really bad, eventually that becomes an issue. You know, if you're running at like 8 FPS, then your items will kind of be a little wacky. I love playing at 10 FPS, guys. But I do have all the code set, so you can still play at low FPS, and the game still, like, works. Which is good. It's very weird. This, I think the movement of this perfectly matches my frame rate. So it looks like it's not moving at all. Oh, that's so weird, isn't it? Isn't that weird, guys? That's so funny. Because the speed at which this fast conveyor moves, it's the exact... Oh, that's so weird. Yeah. Well, don't play at 8 FPS and that won't be an issue. Make it look more shocked? Like... I don't know. It's like the effect in cameras with rotors or lights. Yeah, exactly. The rolling shutter effect or whatever. It's kind of funny. It's not even like really a big deal. Like, it's just kind of interesting that it does that. Wagon, yeah, wagon wheel. I think that's also the same as the rolling shutter effect, maybe. I don't know, maybe it's not. Alright. Well, it's going good, gamers. We're getting there. I'm kind of just trying to think of things that I really want in early access. Things that I can get done in a reasonable amount of time. If anybody has ideas for that. But yeah. Let me say how that effect works. It's actually pretty simple. Basically, if you have something with a repeating pattern. So that could be a wheel, it could be a conveyor. So let's say this is our repeating pattern. It's just a bunch of lines, right? So let's say your camera is like this. So this is where your camera is. So this is like the framing of your camera. So if you take this, these objects, so these objects are moving, but so your camera captures one here. However many frames later, captures one here. So it looks like it's the exact same, even though it's not. It's just because these shapes look the same. And so it's the same effect with like anything like that. So for example, a wheel, right? So if we have a wheel that spins, so let's say half the wheel is, or a quarter of the wheel is yellow. Set this back to here. So if we do like this effect, right? And it's the same thing with like the spokes of a wheel, like that works too. So by the time that this wheel rotates around, it'll look the same. Because it captures the frame at the same time. And so it looks like the same like rotation. So that's how that effect works. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I got so much weird stuff in here. Basics. This is the old Dreadcap Death, is the new one. It's pretty similar. I did like actually draw this one kind of. Obviously I rendered it out in 3D, but I did go through and like draw in his face and stuff. Because it's just one frame, so it's easy to do that. But he looks pretty much the same. Just a little different. The only difference, I think, with this Dreadcap is he looks smoother. He's not as, you know, noisy, I guess, in his stem and stuff, but I think it's fine. Yeah. It's just a mess with visual examples. Yeah, everyone is. We're all visual learners. Alrighty, well... Any ideas for things to add? Research, infinite research, anything? Quality of life, bug fixes. This is everyone's time. You have ideas. Your dreadcap looks smooth, yeah. Yeah, like maybe one day I'll go back and see. This is the lovely part about a model, though, is I can just quickly go through and change its shape, then re-render it in 2 seconds, right? So that's what's great about this. Yeah, maybe what I'll do eventually is like add some more like bumps and stuff to his skin so that he has more noise. But we'll do that one day, I don't know. What I could also do, which would be really easy, is just a displacement modifier. Morbidly obese dreadcap. Also, what's up, Murdoch Studio? This game looks interesting. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just working on the early access release, which is coming up really soon. Yeah, we can modify dreadcap with displacement now. Oh god. Oh, he looks off. He just doesn't look right, you know? Very strange. And you can like animate the position of the texture too. I'm not gonna do it now, but let's set that back to like 0.5. Yeah, you can change all these values. You can up the depth so that it's more of like a fine thing. What I'd probably do for that is lower the scale pretty low, so I'd set it like 0.1. I'd also up that, make it soft. Oh. You know what time it is. I gotta take my headphones off, it just doesn't work. Alright. Add marriage? I do want to someday. We will. Well, if I make enough money. Have their ants crawling on her skin. Yeah, I know, right? Then we could go into render view. This is the new dreadcap, guys. He looks crazy. Dude, he's going through it. Yeah, this is what I love, though, about having it in Blender. Oh! Dreadcap is dying, guys. But we can just really easily change dreadcap now. And it doesn't take me a billion years to do that now. You can set it like a really low strength. Yeah, see, like, even just that, just a very minor displacement, now I can give him more noise and stuff, you know? It's not exactly how I would do it. What I would do is separate his cap from his body so that they both don't get displaced. Don't both get displaced, that's what I meant to say. And we could up the scale of this just a little bit so that it's not as wacky. And now we can see. Where's his idol? Whoa. Whoa, what's going on? Uh-oh. I don't know why he's up there. Do you guys know? What? He's like following the Bezier curve. Are these his animations? Okay, anyways. But yeah, you get the idea. I think I accidentally keyframed his movement somehow. It's raining again! Can you believe it, guys? Also, MBG, you're talking about a, rain shader. I would like to do that if you know how we could go about it in a relatively quick manner. Puddle. You have an eye exam tomorrow, and they have to put those horrible drops to make it impossible to see when there's light. Oh, to dilate your eyes? Yeah. It's pretty, I had to get mine dilated, and I actually have never gotten them dilated before. It was pretty brutal, though. It made my eyes super sensitive and stuff. You're cooked for 2D art in school. The teacher's really bad. Oh, yeah. Get more hours. That's true. I do have a lot of Blender hours, guys. It's my most played game on Steam. I have 6,749. Basically a screen shader that grabs and reflects a part of the image on top of a specific texture. Okay. That would be really cool. I would love that. I mean, if you want, you can, like... It's crazy, I know it is. You can kind of help me through it. Because I do want to learn how to do these shaders. You know. Have to reiterate, though. Totally optional. Don't feel like you're forced to or anything. Yeah, where do we start? Would it be a color rec that's just applied to the entire screen? Is that like how we would go about it, or? Also, my hearing and eyesight are my best senses. Will smell and taste barely do anything. Yeah, that's fair. Smell and taste are kind of lame senses. No, okay. Hey, Fruit Superman, what's up? I have... Let's see. So the thing is I'm not running Godot through Steam anymore. I actually did try doing it through Steam, but it doesn't actually track hours, which is weird. So it shows 1959, but that's not true. I have way more than that. I probably have at least 2,500 would be my estimate. But yeah. Make a sprite that has the shape of the water. Okay. So would it be just like kind of like a puddle? Just like... Okay. You're white. Dunzo. Family uses me for listening for things. Oh yeah. Now we can start cooking. Yes. Can't wait to see Dev reuse my the shader. It's not really mine, it's yours. Okay, normal canvas shader. So is this like basically this sprite we would just put in as like a node? Is that kind of what we're doing then? Like into the scene, or how would that like exactly work? Okay. So we'll call this border. So I guess I'll just create a new scene. Yeah. Well, let's just do an experiment. I'll just, I should be able to just view this in the editor. So let's go to the Space Hub. And just drop a sprite in. Can't type. Oh wait, it's already in. Where is it? Do we get a child of the space? It is. Where is it? Well, let's just add in our sprite. Puddle. Where's my puddle? There it is. Alright. Need my hairstyle? My hairstyle is just cut it short enough so that it naturally goes up. And then just brush it back when you're done taking a shower. It gets messed up a lot though. Whenever I sleep, it's just a disaster, so... If it... one day I will go bald. Like if... Once I start balding or... I don't know, something. I want an excuse to go bald. Maybe I'll get cancer and then I can go bald. Okay, but yeah, let's add a shader material. This will be a canvas shader. I'll call this Puddle. First we need screen texture. Can make a mask variable. Okay, so a texture would that be a vec2? So hey, Born to Snipe, thank you for the follow. I think it's at the fragment shader. Oh, okay. Fragment? Void frag. I think it's fragment, I don't know. Oh, we only use the alpha value? Okay. Float. So it's going to be texture, UV. Dot A. There we go. I think so. Don't you have to do a, God, it's like, what is it called? I've done it before. There's gotta be somewhere where I've done it. But you have to create, like, you have to import it. Oh yeah, sampler 2D. So it's sampler 2D, screen texture. It's like something like this, right? God. No? Okay. Yeah. Oh, hint screen texture, right? Oh, do not say equal. Or no, I have it like that. Oh, it's a vec2? Oh, it is a sampler 2D. Samplers are not allowed. Oh, I think it has to be uniform. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I smell something. It smells like food. No, you did the cool part, epic. Doesn't smell like fire. It smells like bread. I don't know, guys. It kind of smells like burnt toast in here. Also, the color of the sprite to the screen texture multiplied by the mask. Okay. So then we say color. will equal screen texture times mask. Oh, screen mask. But we do need to, let's see, screen texture is a sampler 2D. Do I need to set it to like a vec2 and then multiply it like that? How would I do this? Oh. Oh, is that how you multiply them? Okay. Or is that just, yeah, okay. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. So now we multiply it? Oh. Yeah, I think it's working. Yeah, change the UV. Yeah. Yeah, how would we set this UV? Because basically we just want to capture the UV of what's directly above, right? Serene UV. You try the screen UV. Yeah, let's try that. So would that be another uniform sampler? Or is that something we can just access? I'm assuming it would be. Oh, it just works? Okay, okay. So instead of UV, we're gonna do... Okay. Screen UV minus vec2 1. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Actually, wouldn't the UV we want to... Wouldn't we want it to be the same UV, but just -2 or whatever? Well, I guess that doesn't work for this. No. Unless it does. So what does this do without -vec2? Is it still broken? Also, we got rain. Rain in Starground. Yeah. Yeah, this is just totally invisible, isn't it? Why is that invisible? That's kind of weird, actually. Oh, because it's just the screen UV, isn't it? I see. Yeah, it's just putting the same texture as what's on the screen, right? So that's almost what we want. We just need to subtract the Y position of it then. We don't need a minus of vec? Okay. Another calculation. Okay. Oh, my back. Oh. Just subbing it to the screen UV will change the 0 to 1 value. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm just experimenting with wacky things. Oh no, that doesn't even work. Oh, what we got? Oh, shake, thank you, thank you. Oh, my shit. Messed up. Okay. Yeah, what's up? Okay, new Vec 2. Vec 2 Joe Biden. You smell pasta, Connor? Let's go. I love pasta. Okay. Yeah, it could just be that we... Whoa. I think it works? Whoa. It kind of works, but it's like doing weird stuff. So like it's stretching everything, but less on the value. Okay. Let's do 0.1. I mean, that's pretty close. But if we get up to something like this... You know, I mean, that's pretty close. What if we just set it to like 0.25? Ooh. Well, now we're getting somewhere. It is weird, though, when you zoom in and out, it like totally changes where it's reflecting from. That's a little weird. Let's go have dinner. Yeah, do it up. Man. I also want to probably multiply this to have it have like an overlay. Huh. Just reverted to old. Probably want to multiply it by a color. Well, what if I just multiply it by like 10? Will that just make it go white? Yeah, it does. No. Oh, it's gotta be a Vec 4. Hey, Event Focus Dev. Yeah, Diplomato gave out all those subs. It's pretty awesome. So will this make it more red? Yes, it does. So we can make it have like a reflection. Might also modify the alpha of this whole thing. Can I do like a... Maybe more blue? It's kind of getting to where I want it. It's still kind of weird though. Oh god. Just moved OBS everywhere. I do wonder, like, if there's anything like this on Godot shaders. I did a look around, but... Oh, you must go get your precious pasta and come right back. Sounds good. What kind of puddle? I mean, there's this. This isn't really what I want, though. Polar water. Page not found, man. Or maybe just... Reflection. I think I just searched that already. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if any of these will really work for that. I mean, they do have reflective water. Which kind of looks like that. It's actually pretty close. So how do they do it? It's honestly pretty similar. I might just experiment with this. I just want to see, like, what this is even doing. We'll keep this one, but it's interesting just to see what's going on. It's probably not for this version, yeah. And I have to do that whole thing, because that always happens. Oops. Uniform. So what does this do? It does nothing. Which doesn't seem right, because it should do something. Yeah, what's going on here? God dang it. What did I just change? Did I just delete our puddle shader? I did. Let me undo that. So, water test. Alright, so now we can apply all the parameters. There's a lot. But shine, position, it doesn't do anything. Wave speed, nothing. Horizon, nothing. Oh, horizon does do something. It's very weird how it's like, whoa. It's quite odd. Some weird stuff going on. Wave frequency, wave magnitude, wave speed. I don't know what's going on with this shader. I think this part is actually the water. But it's weird that it's like inverse. I don't know how that works out. And also it still does have the weird issues with like screen position. Pretty weird. Can I try and explain the code I sent? Yeah, sure. Is that in here? Yeah. So you don't get why the variable humanoid isn't equal to anything. And used in an if statement, then suddenly is equal later on. Okay, so local humanoid will be nothing. It'll be equal to null. So essentially what's happening in this function is humanoid is set to null. Whenever you don't define a value, this is set to null. So if you say if humanoid on this, null will evaluate to false. So it's going to say false, this will print humanoid does not exist yet. But here, now you say humanoid is this equal to this is a humanoid. And since it's a string will evaluate always to true. So if humanoid is basically not null, then print humanoid exists now. So that's exactly what's going on there. So essentially you're just setting humanoid to a string. And now, since humanoid is not null anymore, it prints humanoid exists. So that's that function. Hopefully that clears it up. Should explain it well enough. It's not that silly. I mean, this is a little silly because it's like an example, but you would do this kind of thing in practice. Typically you have a variable up here that like references a node or a resource, right? So what you would do is you would have local humanoid, and then at some point you set humanoid to be equal to the reference of whatever you're trying to reference. I don't know how you would do that in a Roblox, but I'm sure there's a way to access like a path to something, you know? And that's how you would do that. But yeah. Should explain it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do water shader. It's fine. We'll figure it out eventually. Do need to fix some issues with depth sorting on this, because it is very strange how it is now. I think the fix for this is actually just to do collision. So let's add some collision boxes, shall we? Rectangle shape. Static body will be the position of this over here. Actually, it's already got that position. We'll just set it to like the center of this, like 236 or something. Minus 52. Now we can set the size of this shape. Let's set it to right about there, which is 109. Actually, it needs to be 110. So this static body needs to be moved to 236.5. Actually, that's not the thing that's off. It's the fact that this is off, isn't it? Wood looks like hair. That's fair, that's fair. You're not wrong. It's slightly off, isn't it? Wow. So what's the issue here? Why is that just ever so slightly wrong? Guess it needs to be 7.5. Weird. Welcome back. I have not figured the shader out. I was just going to fix some other issues. Because yeah, it is a tricky problem. Excuse me. Oh, this needs to be 0.5. What's going on here, Brit? Okay, it's at the static body is also off, I believe. There we go. This also needs to be 111. And then this needs to be set one more pixel. There we go. Now I can add another collision shape. This will also be a rectangle. Make that one unique. Oh. Where did this collision shape just go? Oh, there it is. Set it to, oh god, approximately the center of the table. Set the size to like 27. Too thick. 22. Let me ponder for a bit, and I'll come back to the solution. Yeah, sounds good. Feel free to do it up. And now let's set the positioning. A little more. I believe it should be right there, minus 37.5. So up to 48. That looks good. Okay. So on collision of all of this, I want this to be layer 1, yep. So the player should no longer overlap weirdly onto there, which is good. I don't really want the player to mess with this either. Yeah, it's kind of weird how it's all one sprite, because it causes a lot of weird issues with depth sorting. But at least we can kind of partially fix it. I don't know. What I should probably do is separate all these up into their own individual objects and then add collision shapes for each of them. Instead of having it in one sprite. It's probably going to be a little bit better that way. I can kind of adjust them too if I need to. Yeah, because it's too complicated to have a weird shape like that. It's raining again. Can you guys believe it? I wonder if it does rain too much, but I don't know. It's like every, what, 20 minutes or something? Well, on average, you know, it's random. I could increase the time between just a little bit. Unless you guys like the rain, because I love the rain. I wish it rained all the time. So, we'll figure it out. And you can always hide the rain if you don't like it. So it's not a big deal. Ooh, before I exit out of here, almost forgot. Let me overwrite my manual save. Let's go back and fix the issue here, because that would be actually catastrophic if we didn't set that back. It's in load game. Alright, here, load game. We go to continue load. This, we will reload the research info. Just need to change that code up from earlier completely for the player detection. So I wanted the part to only activate some functions if a player touches it. Yeah. Rain is nice. Yeah, I do like the rain. It's pretty cool. Alright, so that's set back to normal now. Let's see. Is there anything else that I need to do? Just to fix all the stuff. Not that I can think of. The dungeon does need to be fixed back to what it was, because I set it to 3 rooms, but that should be at 15. I could also modify this on like ready to make it random, but I don't know. It's funny, I have this whole factory set up, and I'm just dumping my resources into the shredder. Man. But eventually with this kind of thing, this is like... you wouldn't dump those into the shredder, you dump it into the research, so... Hey, Ryan, what's up? How's it going? You know, it'd be kind of nice, actually. I think I have it now. I believe if you put a mover here, it won't take items out. Let me confirm this. Let's see. Just need a little bit of wood. I need more wood. There's some. So if you do this, does it take items out? It does take items out. Oh. Now what if I start a research that uses copper? Okay, it still takes items out. Now what I'm thinking is we set it up so that if the research is over, or if you don't need that item anymore, movers can automatically take the items back out. which should be kind of interesting. Because then you could automate it, where you could have everything just kind of goes into the researcher. If the item can't go through, then it pulls it back out on the other side. So that would be interesting. I said hello, Ryan, right? God, the dementia, guys, it's getting to me. The reason I ask is it's weird to just see plain regular days like in nature. I usually see nature and it becomes part of like a day pattern. I think I get what you mean. Yeah, I do like the rain. I think it's nice. Oh, that's actually a really quick change to do, I think. All we have to do is say if research, and then like in here if is researching. No. There's somewhere where I check if there's actually like a valid research or whatever. Let me check the researcher UI. So this is the display of the researcher. There's this little active research thing. I just wanted to see, what do I actually do in here? Right, main.current research. As long as it's not nothing. So that's what we can do with the researcher. What's up, MVG? Okay, let's try this out, shall we? Let's go back to the Space Hub. I did remove this sprite back, so let's just re-add it really quick. Whoopsh. Not as a child of Basala. Does Basala have children? It's a good question. Get our warder? Is that what I called it? Yeah. New shader. Boom. Boom. Let's get it going. Puddle. Oh, my back. Okay. This is not the puddle shader. There it is. Okay, so you're saying to do this, float UV change divided by that. And I'm guessing screen texture is capitalized. Value arguments for built-in function texture size. I don't know why that would be, because we have it. And UV change goes into the final texture UV. Okay. ACA needs to massage my back. You'd have to fly to Colorado, but... So texture size, this should be a sampler 2D and a float. So that's what's weird, because this is a sampler 2D. And this is a float, right? Can I just say 0? Oh! I have to add a semicolon. No, they didn't do it. I don't know what the issue is. Oh, is that a parenthesis thing? No. Oh, you think there's a variable that does texture size? Texture size is a built-in function, though. It expects sampler 2D and an int. Let's try that. Oh, there we go. Weird. Oh, that's interesting. Texture pixel size? Yeah, it takes an int. For the LOD, I guess. So this kind of works. It is a little weird with the zooming still. Because when I zoom in, it modifies the... Oh, wait, sorry. I didn't put it in yet. No. Yeah, you're right. Vec2, 0, and then we have UV change. Oh, it's so close. It's like right there. It still does it a little bit, though, you can see. I don't know if I did something wrong. Is it because I'm multiplying by the screen mask? No, that should be okay. It's very close, though. You can see it. Like, it still just shifts it a little bit, though, but I don't know why that's the case. Yeah. Man, whatever is cooking. Oh. Smells good. It smells like some really good bread. Like, smells like Subway kind of, too. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. It's pretty weird. It's so close, though. It's honestly almost close enough to where it's, like, fine, you know? But it's, like, right there. It's just a little weird. It's so close. Can multiply more UV change. Okay. Yeah, like UV change times 2 or whatever. Float int. Oops, 2.0. Yeah. Okay, I think I see part of the issue. So, multiplying this has actually increased the rate at which it changes. I'm assuming that's probably not intentional. But you can see now it like goes faster. So I would assume what's happening here, it's something to do with like the multiplication here. So I mean, what is this? This is the texture, the size of the texture divided by screen texture. Yeah. Then UV change. What if we divided it by 1.5? Just for fun. See, it makes it, like, better. Divided by 100. That kind of fixes it, weirdly? Maybe? But it doesn't actually, you know? That's the thing. Because it's basically like I'm just saying -10. Wait a minute. Oh, it's like kind of working. No, yeah, no, it's not working. Yeah, it's tricky, huh? Alrighty, sounds good. Yeah, I can keep messing with stuff. I mean, truth is, I really don't know much about shaders, so I don't know what I'll be able to do, but I'll keep trying. It's very close, though. Whatever you did do, like, it follows the camera position. It's just the zooming in and out. So, it's close. Wonder if these integers even, like, what is this? Just for LODs? Because setting that to 1 has changed it. Which is very interesting. I multiply it by 2 now. So that doesn't do anything. Could I do +2? No, that's totally broken. I don't know what the LEDs actually do. Oh, 0 is the full resolution texture. Okay. So maybe it just looked like it was working because I don't know. I don't know why it would change that behavior, but it's so close, isn't it? I also want to vertically flip it too. I don't know if that's something you could do, but you could say like minus texture size or a minus float. Okay. You -1 and then multiply by -1. Okay. Yeah, I guess you could just say minus or times -1, right? Or I guess you'd want to do that to all of the UV stuff, so you could say all this times -1. Oops. 0.0. Whoa. I'm guessing that's not the right thing. Only the Y, yeah. So just this. Oh, but that's just subtracting it, so that's not it. Oh, let's just hide that for a minute. I need 3 parentheses. Yeah, like it's so close, you know? You need to basically do UV -1 times -1. Okay. So like this. The only Y come on it? Okay. Yeah, because it's mirroring the X also. Which is weird. So essentially I'd break it out into like this. Or I say vec2 UV is equal to that. And then I can say UV.Y minus equals 1.0 UV.Y times equals -1.0. Yeah. It does still have the zooming issue, though. That does work, which is epic. It's so close. Oh, but it's weird, though. Because now I'm moving. And also the issue is that, like, it doesn't flip what's above. Like, it flips the whole screen texture. So if I move it now, it's, like, really weird. I'm sure we'll find a fix eventually. It's quite odd. On the OG code you don't understand? Nice. Used while not humanoid to humanoid equals blah 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 instead of if. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Well, congrats on that. That's epic. Set that back because it clearly causes some issues. So, like, level 0, it's so weird. Maybe what you would want to do is, like, a value times UV change. Well, that's the same as just multiplying it. Never mind. Or maybe you want to do vec2... I don't think this will work, but I think it still evaluates to be the same thing. Yeah, it's still the exact same thing. It doesn't matter. Just trying to think of other ways that we could use this UV change. So UV change is like... I don't even know what UV change is. I'm gonna look it up and see if I can find anything. The full screen shader tutorial. Hmm. 2D lights as a mask. Oh, weird. You can like recursive, yeah. So you did the size of the texture divided by the size of the screen to get an accurate UV size of the texture inside the screen. Okay. Yeah. So that makes sense. Essentially, it's just a value to multiply by for the correct aspect ratio. And size. Back buffers. Depth texture, that's for 3D. Hmm. Yeah, that's getting like the whole screen texture. Yeah, I don't know. That's the problem with shaders, is there's very few tutorials. I think it's just because it's not that many people that know how they work. I mean, there is this video. Well, that's to get the color, the average screen color. That's pixelizing the screen. It's kind of cool, actually. It's funny that everyone just grabs their arms when they read something. Yeah. Find it better to learn by theory or by dissecting other people's shaders. That's absolutely true, actually, yeah. It is really helpful to just dig into other shaders and see how they do it, you know? Okay, well that's just pixel and then chromatic aberration, so, okay. Well, cool shaders, but yeah, not really what I need, though. Hmm. Oh, it smells so good upstairs. Oh my god. Can't wait to go eat dinner. I'm also very hungry. I didn't eat much today. Animated water and UV coordinates. I don't know if there's anything, but yeah. Visualizing the UVs. Tilting. I mean, this doesn't use screen space, though. That's the issue, right? Yeah. I'm gonna float. And then, like, the smoke is, like, going into my nose, and then I, like, float towards the food, yeah. I'm almost at that point. Let's give it a little bit longer. Notification. Godot screen space shader. There's an advanced screen space shader guide. Maybe this is more what we want. That's a pretty cool shader. Let's see, what's he doing here? Welcome back, Oshik. Screen pixel size. Something fell. Oh, upstairs. Yeah, it did. Oh man. Yeah, just looking for anything that, like, 2D and 3D water. I mean, this could maybe help. But I betcha. Well, sorry, I don't know why that was funny, but he's like green screened into, like, it's just, I don't know. Oh, well, this is, I thought it was gonna be like reflection, but it's not. It's fine. God, shaders are so hard. If I could just, if I, like, woke up one day and knew all the shaders, then I would be a god. I could do anything. I found a solution to my worries with the code. After all this time, I didn't realize there's a statement to help prevent this infinite yield. Oh, yeah? What is that statement? Snowfall. God, it's so... It makes me want to make a million games. Because because there's so many cool shaders. There's a playlist of different shaders. I wonder if there's anything in here. Screen space shaders, that's just the regular guide. Shockwave. Actually, though, a shockwave shader, I would imagine, would use like screen space stuff, right? So, very interesting. Whoa. Using all sorts of stuff. Normalizing. UV minus displacement. Very interesting, though. Yeah. Donut shape. Huh. Say the same thing about your Blender knowledge. I'm not that good at Blender, honestly. I mean, I know, like, the basics. Oh, man. Apparently I watched this video before. I wish I could get my water looking like that. That looks yummy. Six thousand hours is nothing. I mean, there's people that have spent like 10 years in Blender, and those are the people that are Blender gods. I am pretty good at shaders when it comes to visual, like, node-based shaders, but as soon as I get into this kind of stuff, it's so hard. So wait, how does he do this shader? What? Man. I've never seen the editor in Russian like this. What version of Godot is this? This is old. This is a really old Godot version. Is this Godot 2? I think it is. That's crazy. I've never seen Godot 2. Yeah, this is Godot 2. This is crazy. This is wild. Man. That's pretty cool. Find first child of class is the statement I've been using to find first child. Oh, yeah. Nice. Shader toy shaders. Yo, if you could just convert these, that would be so cool, bro. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, boy. I love shaders so much, but I suck so bad at making them. I would love to know. This shader looks very nice. Yeah, I guess you could. I kind of just honestly forgot, but yeah, you could totally convert them all. This shader does look good. I mean, if we could... Come on. Give me something. Does this mean anything? I'm gonna try it just for fun. Just gonna comment all that out. So you did screen uv.x, screen, oops, uv.y minus uv.y. Which is interesting. I haven't seen that before. What am I doing wrong? And then he uses the screen texture as that. Whoa. Oh, you gotta hydrate? Water. There we go. Texture. Yeah, he uses the screen texture. So this is what it does. It's very interesting, but you can see, like, if it wasn't for the zooming artifacting, this would actually be perfect. Because it flips essentially just what's on top. Well, he does more. Are you watching the same video? Oh boy.
Hey Big Boy Games Chip, that stay safe out there. Translation to Brazilian Portuguese, that makes most sense, is va com Deus, which Deus means God. But the God in the phrase isn't literally God, it's like in God damn it. I came here to ask if that translation is alright for you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's all good with me. As long as it kind of means the same thing. You know, honestly, I'm not super picky about those kinds of messages, like a goodbye message, because there's so many different goodbyes in all the different languages. As long as it literally just means bye, then then you're fine. So I say, yeah, that's good. So wait, no. What did I do? What did I do wrong? Okay, he does like a power. Oh, I didn't do anything wrong. Okay. Oh, he also adds a wave. Yeah. It's so close. Okay. I mean, we've got the flipping and stuff, which honestly looks pretty good, but we just have to fix this. The stretching. You know, why does it do that? Goodbye would be adios, which is also God, yeah. In Spanish, adios and dios. Yeah, I guess it is. I never thought about that, but... Okay, so that's so weird. We're so close. Maybe now we use your UV change thing, right? And we say uv.y times UV change. Imagine it works. No. Because it doesn't keep the aspect ratio. Yeah. But how do we keep the aspect ratio? That's the question. Maybe we divide by UV change? No? That just makes it whack. It also stays constant with moving. So that's very weird. I need to make it like not wrap or whatever, right? Repeat disable. Right? Yeah. Okay, I just thought of something, MVG. This might be big right now. So... Never mind. I realize I'm wrong. Well, okay, I'm just looking at this, so, like, you see how this, like, changes depending on the position of the camera, right? It's, like, cutting things off. I don't know if that affects... Oh my god, the dog's upstairs, bro. I don't know if that affects anything, but it's weird how it does that. Does it do that in his thing, too? Yeah, screen is no beyond, yeah. Yeah. God, how can we do this? Trying to rate a pixel with a negative UV, yeah. Okay. Oh. Would we have to do like some kind of thing where it forces like the rest of the screen to render or something? God, it's so weird how it does that. Yeah, it's just the ratio of like the aspect ratio is what's screwing it up, see? Yeah. It's because like the size of the screen texture image changes, and so it's mapping it weirdly. Yeah. Yeah, there's just no aspect ratio correction. Which I think like that's kind of what you're trying to do with this, right? Because this gets the UV, the size of your UV. That's the size of the texture. I mean, I don't know. This might be wild, but what if we did that? No, that doesn't work. It's definitely close. Well, that just, yeah, that doesn't work at all. Minus UV change. Oh. Weird. it's like inverse now. It doesn't do plus UV change. Yeah, well, we are at 4 hours and almost 4:20. So, yeah, I know I'm also changing the X. I'm just looking at the Y-axis to see if I can get that to be stable, but it's still changing. Yeah, pretty weird. I don't know. Yeah, I do have to end off the stream, though. It is time for me to go eat dinner. And, yeah, we've been going for a while. But, yeah, anyways, starting Spotify back up. Initiating the game over stream end sequence. Yeah, I keep messing around with stuff. I would love to figure out a way to do that. Not even just for water puddles, but just for all sorts of other things, too. Send it to you if you get it work. Yeah, I would appreciate that. Oh, we got an ad going on. Well, let's wait for the ad. For the ad. Oh! Raiden, I don't know. Adagon is live. I don't know what he's doing. Some Godot stuff. Whoa, face cam. We could raid him. I think it's been a little while since we've Dobbs is also live. That's true, that's true. Let me see who I've rated most recently. Actually, I don't think it shows me, does it? So I've rated Agon twice in the past month. And Dobbs I have rated once in the past month. So, either or. Agon has fewer people watching, though, so more of an oomph. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Scary Pastry's also live. I think, yeah, they're working on the Pirate Jam. I don't know. Do we do the old classic flip a coin, or do I just pick? My heart says Adagon. I don't know why. Whoa. Just testing things. I will go with Adagon. I've decided. Anyways, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Got Infinite Research done, finally. I know I've been saying I was going to do that forever, but it's finally actually in the game, which is good. Yeah, water shaders. Always fun. We'll figure it out eventually, but... What message? Let's say... I don't know. What would be a good message? Buy Starground in 7 days on Earth. No. Let's do Ad Astra. Well, Ad Astra to the stars. The gamers are in town. The gamer gang has arrived. We'll do the gamer gang has arrived. Why not? Okay. The gamer gang has arrived. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and start the raid. Thank you, everybody. I will be live Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Wednesday for the release. As long as Steam can review my build and accept it before the release date. Otherwise, I will have to delay the release. But I'm trying to get it reviewed as soon as possible. Be wise, advise, goodbye. Yes, that's what I always say. Alright, thank you, gamers. And yeah, thank you for all the translations. I appreciate it. I think they're all pretty much good to go. There's still a lot of gaps in some of them. Like, Filipino has a lot of gaps. But I can't force anyone to do it, you know. It's all community, so. Better be there than be square. I'm already a square. Alright, thank you, gamers. I'll see you over there. The gamer gang has arrived.